Good morning, everyone. It's just gone 10 o'clock, so I'll open the meeting and welcome everyone to the Environmental Services Committee meeting for Tuesday, the 8th of October. I'd like to welcome our community board members, Charles from Temuka and Jan from Geraldine. Welcome and thank you for coming along for the day. And I'll just call for apologies. I have one from Councillor Piddington who's away at a family event. Oh, sorry, thank you. And also Anna Lime from the Pleasant Point Community Board. Do I have any other apologies? If not, would someone like to move that we accept them? Thank you, Councillor Parker. Seconded, Councillor Burt. All in favour? Carried, thank you. I haven't been made aware of any items of urgent business. Is there any that we have? No. Matters of a minor nature. Again, I'm not aware of any. So are there any? No. Oh, sorry, I missed public forum too, but I haven't been made aware of any public forum, so I assume there is none. Great. Okay, any conflicts of interest? No? Okay, I'll move on to the Chair's report. Just bear with me and I can email this to you afterwards if you like. Sorry, I just have to find it. It's in here somewhere. Here we go. So since our last meeting, I attended the OTOP meeting, which is our water zone. We've got applications for the first round of funding closed recently, and we're going to consider them at our next meeting in November. After an invitation from the building team, I spent an afternoon with Liam Brown, one of our building inspectors, and we visited 3 different building sites, and it gave me a far better understanding of what the building and I understand Councillor Jackson's been out and Councillor Scott she's going next week. So I recommend that to other councillors. It was a great afternoon out. I attended an online Akona hour, which is part of the LGNZ learning platform. I've attended 2 previously, which weren't of great value, but I gave the last one another go and attended along with Councillor Scott and Mayor Bowen. It was called Leading Complex Communities, and it was about healthy debate and not destruction. And it was great value, and I actually recommend that all of the other councillors take the time to go and have a look, because there should be a recording of it online. It's only an hour, and it was really good. I attended the opening day of the new Geraldine Health Hub. This is a great asset for the community, and I congratulate everyone involved in bringing that project to life. Along with the other councillors, we've had audit and risk, public meeting on the theatre, the Hall of Fame ceremony for Georgia Miller. We had 2 citizenship ceremonies on the same day, which is the first time that's happened, and was fantastic to welcome those people to the community, and had our 2 community board meetings. Over the long weekend, I joined a meeting with hut holders and campground users at the Rangitata Huts with MP James Meagher to discuss the future of the campground, which both the hut holders and the campground users are keen to see reopened. And I also attended with other councillors the Civil Defence EOC Foundation training course, which was fantastic and gave us a great understanding of how we can support in an emergency. And then just yesterday, Councillor Shannon and I were in Cave with some of the transport team trying to resolve an issue up there with some traffic safety improvements, and I think we came to a good solution that everyone's comfortable with, if not happy. So any questions on that? If not, I'll move the adoption of my report if someone would like to second that. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Put the motion to the floor. All in favour? Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to the confirmation of the minutes, which is item 7.1. Are there any matters arising or corrections that anyone would like to raise? No? Happy to move. Thank you, Councillor Shannon. Seconded, Mayor Bowen. All in favour? Against? Carried. Right, on to our reports. So the first report we have, just let me get here. First report we have is a receive a note report for our information. It's to provide this committee with an update on the progress of the public alerting siren. system upgrade. And are we having Lamorna come and speak to this? Welcome, Lamorna. And I will just hand over to you to speak to any points you'd like to in the report, and then we'll open up for questions. Thank you.
Sorry. Thank you for the opportunity to present this report. I won't go into any great detail on it. There is quite a bit of information, especially in the attached list of siren sites that we actually have, and that highlights the fact that there are quite a number of them that do require decommissioning, but we also have some really good compliant ones in there, and they are situated in all of our high-risk zones, which is really, really good. I'm happy to answer any questions on this report that anyone has.
Thank you. I think there are some questions from the floor, so who wants to kick off? Councillor Booth.
Yeah, just thanks very much. Additional work required, the inherent safety issues that may be present, in what regard would you, with the, why would they be an issue to leave these things where they are, as they are?
Sure. So there are a couple of issues. One is around the fact that some of them are located on private property, and it's thought that it would be better if they were actually removed. Some of them are on the rooftops of buildings, some of them are on poles, and those items that they're on, we're not really comfortable with the integrity of those items. And the longer they stay there, the more critical the safety of those items actually becomes. So removing them is actually a really good option.
So and they're still connected to the electricity. And obviously there's other connections there as well, perhaps fibre or internet connection or some form of sending a signal to them. Is that correct?
No, they're actually they're still connected to a power supply, so there is a power supply connected to them. They're not tested on any level in terms of setting them off or anything like that. So that system is no longer used. However, they do hook into our VHF radio system. That's the main way of setting them off if they ever were set off. But we are paying for the electrical connection to them. There's no fibre or anything like that. It's just a pure electrical connection.
What's the ongoing cost of that electrical connection?
So we are charged for the actual connection. So that's a monthly fee, and then we're charged for any electricity that's used, which is actually zero. So our only fee on that is the connection fee that every electrical connection pays. I think that probably works out at around, I don't know, maybe $40 per site per month. But obviously over a period of time that actually adds up, and it's a cost that we really don't need to pay.
Thank you.
Just have a follow-up question there, and then I'll come into Councillor Jackson and then Councillor Scott. So why can't we just get them connected? I don't understand the work that needs to be done to get them disconnected from the power. If I wanted the power switched off from my house, I'd just ring up the power company and go turn it off.
So as I understand it, and this is with discussions with Alpine Energy, there are a couple of things that need to be done. So we need to go through the process of registering them as a disconnection site, and that's with our electricity supply and also with Alpine Energy. We then need to pay a fee to have somebody inspect the site to make sure that the power has been disconnected, and lodge that disconnection with the electricity company and Alpine Energy. So there is a fee associated with that as well.
So I'm not advocating for this, but if we didn't pay the bill, they'd soon cut the power off.
I couldn't possibly comment on that, I'm afraid.
Sorry, we'll go to Councillor Jackson.
Just want to step it back a little bit. Point 8 it says here that when the project was initiated, and this comes down to putting pressure on the budgets, the understanding from Alpine Energy was that the work of installation would be at no cost to the council, but this approach changed to fully costed during the course of the project. Why did that occur? Do we know?
I'll be honest, I have absolutely no idea, but we did have, I guess you'd call it a gentleman's agreement with them, and they helped out really well with previous installations that we had done. But when it came to the most recent sites, that, I guess, ability to hook into the public good funding that Alpine Energy actually had was no longer there. That was actually withdrawn from us.
Councillor Scott.
Just following on from probably more Councillor Booth, is who has deemed them unsafe? You talked about how that they are unsafe. Who has made that assessment?
So that's based on the age of the sites that they're on, the fact that they haven't really been maintained, and also the age of some of the poles that they're on. So the poles themselves are inherently, I guess it's important that the integrity of the pole is actually good. And if we're not using the siren and that pole is past its use-by date, then it really does need to.
Then my understanding of when a pole needs to be replaced, that's not our responsibility, that is someone else's. So that will be Alpine Energies or Netcon or whoever they're all called.
No, because we own those particular poles.
We own the poles.
Correct.
Oh, where the hell would we own the pole? Anyway, and just following on your point 13 at conclusion, you talk about, you say non-compliant sirens still require decommissioning and removal at some stage in the near future. I just wondered, always interested to know what your near future is, what that means, and also what is the cost, because there's no costs in here. So
Sure.
Because obviously it's going to come back to us, isn't it?
Yeah, sure. So previously there was funding, I guess, allocated for decommissioning, which worked out at about, I think it was about 180k for all of the sites to be decommissioned. That was previously put in as a CapEx expenditure over a couple of years, but that is no longer available because decommissioning is not really a CapEx expenditure. If you have a look at the table of sirens in the attachment, you'll see that there is a priority associated with them. The priority is based on those sites that are deemed, I guess, the most critical to remove for safety purposes. And what I guess what I was hoping we could do was maybe stage the decommissioning over a number of years to actually have them removed in a high, sort of high risk versus low risk order.
Just sorry, follow-up question, and then we'll go Councillor Jackson, Councillor Booth, and then we'll come to this side of the table. So the ones that are priorities that are on private property, have we talked to the building owners about that and said it's our priority to get this removed? Because there could be an occasion when they're doing other work on their roof or wherever, and it's really easy for them just to take it down at the same time.
Sure. The short answer to that is no, we haven't had that discussion with them. It's actually a really good idea, I think. And there is, I must point out though, that there is actually quite a cost in removing them because they're a really heavy piece of equipment. They're the old mechanical sirens and they weigh a lot. So there would be crane work and other heavy lifting involved in getting them off there. But yeah, it is a really good option that we have a discussion with those property owners to see if there is any chance of, I guess, piggybacking on any other work that they're doing.
Councillor Jackson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Don't want to sound trite, but just how important are the sirens? How many other communities are using them? Given that nowadays we have like a text alert system, to warn us of these things happening. So really, for the future, how important are the sirens?
Really good question, and I have a really good answer for it too. So, unfortunately, we have a number of high-risk communities that don't necessarily get serviced by cell phone coverage. In conjunction with that, we also have a number of people within those highly vulnerable communities that don't have access to high-tech equipment, whether it's internet, which is also lacking. You know, there's a real lack of internet connection out there as well. Long story short, high-risk communities, vulnerable communities, we need to be able to notify them well ahead of time when events happen. If they can't get the emergency mobile alert and they don't have internet connection, then siren is a good option. It's not the only option, and we certainly wouldn't put it in every single community because it's a huge cost. I think we're fortunate that we've actually been able to look ahead and see those issues for what they are and put those sirens in our more vulnerable communities. I mean, we're really, really fortunate that they're there, and they work really well. They're good sirens, they're robust. These are the ones that are compliant to the national standard. So yeah, in terms of plugging the gaps that we have due to a lack of cell phone coverage and for our more vulnerable communities, I think that's a really good option.
Yeah, good answer, although it was mentioned in our governance meeting this morning that if people are wearing noise-cancelling headphones, could be an issue.
Fair point.
Councillor Booth, did you have another question? And then
Yeah, look,
Yep.
it was just how many affected is it? 19. How many of these sites?
Sorry, what was that?
How many sites are there that you're talking about that are affected that you want?
I think there's 19 that need to be
Yeah.
that are non-compliant and really need to be decommissioned.
And each one of those is costing $40 a month to maintain.
Yeah, that's for the electricity connection fee. Yes.
Okay, so $800 per month to maintain those. Yeah, okay. No
That's
worries. Thank
correct.
you.
Mayor Bowen.
Look, I see this as receive and note, so are you wanting an action out of this?
I'd like to be able for us to have further discussion on where we take it, I guess. It's good that we know that there are issues there. There is a lot of money involved in getting them decommissioned, I'm well aware of that. But I think we do need to look at them more seriously in terms of what we're going to do with them.
Yeah, look, I mean, I'd support as an action to Councillor Pye's point, either don't pay the power bill or have the sites decommissioned in that regard. But let's just wait until we've got in-house capability or other means. It's a heap of money we don't have in the budget, so but let's save the money while we can.
Sorry, any other questions, or do you have anything to add, Mr. Cooper?
No, Madam Chair, I think it's all been said. If we get the power off, I think that would be a good action to take from this, depending on cost. But we might have to come back with a report on that. We'll see what it's going to cost us.
Okay, so with that, would somebody, if we move to the recommendation, if someone would like to move that the Environmental Services Committee receive a note, moved by Mayor Bowen. Anyone would like to second? Thank you, Councillor Scott. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you, Lamorna. I actually thought that was a great report just to give us all a better understanding of the issues behind that, and so next time it comes up in the budget, we'll have a far better understanding of what we're saying yes or no to, so it's fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so we'll just move on to our second and final report for this committee meeting, and welcome up Mr. Taylor, our Climate Change Advisor. So this is following on from our last meeting. The purpose of this report is to present the draft Climate Change Response Plan to this committee for adoption. The purpose of the plan is just to assemble proposals for actions that can help us adapt to climate warming and begin our adaptation and mitigation I just would like to say before I hand over to Mr Taylor that we've been on this journey since before I joined council. The report today has highlighted priorities based on feedback from our last meeting. This is no criticism of Mr Taylor's work, but it's not perfect. Some people will think we want to do more and some people will think that we should do less. But remember that perfection is the enemy of progression. And it is my strong desire that we progress this and start getting some action. So with that in mind, I'll hand over to Mr Taylor to highlight a few points from the report and then open up for questions. Thank you.
Good morning, councillors. Yes, I've that sense of returning for a little bit of deja vu, but then the whole point of working up an idea together with your active was to build that collective understanding of the issue. All over the country, councils are wrestling with this topic, which is immense in its scope and therefore very difficult to tie down to the individual small practical actions and work out which of them are high priority. You guided me at your last meeting, and I appreciate you doing it through questionnaire as well as discussion, and you'll find that the detailed document illustrates the use of that advice you gave me, so that there are prioritised topics, about 6 under adaptation and 6 under mitigation, but I've kept in our list for our awareness the other topics which I brought to you as an advisor. The second draft of the document, which is still a working document, it's a living document, includes some very approximate cost labels, in other words, giving you an idea of the scale of cost and whether it's mainly operational or capital cost in the future. However, it's not doing the job of the annual plan or the long-term plan, it is preparing for those. So direct cost implications of adapting to climate change are going to be part of your normal prioritisation and financial allocation. So within this year and the following, at least part of the financial year to follow, it'll be work by your small team and many colleagues across the council. We're getting really good engagement now from our colleagues on the staff team here to do practical planning work so that responding to climate change becomes part of what we do. I'm trying to bring it into our mainstream activity. I provide you with a summary document of 2 pages, since you're keen that I keep it brief, and you've looked through that summary. I've also given you for reference the longer document, and then when I come back to you, along with our group manager, with practical proposals which are costed, which will go into annual plan or long-term plan, you'll know the origin of the idea. You'll see how it has developed. With that, Madam Chairman, I'll come back to you and draw your attention to the recommendation we've produced.
Thank you, Mr Taylor. We might start on this side of the table. If anyone has any questions, Councillor Oliver.
Yes, I agree with Councillor Pye on this one. Obviously, climate change is on the forefront of most people's minds. I'm glad to see in Reese's report around confirming some energy resilience and water resilience for the future. I think that's really important because we've been lucky, but probably unlucky for those affected, that we've seen some pretty dramatic 1 in a 100-year events, one last weekend obviously, where we can learn from those around what's required in these sorts of events that happen, and I'm all for progressing this forward because we need to be seen to be doing something. We can't just sit on our hands, bury our heads in the sand and do nothing.
Thank you. Anything else from this side of the table? Councillor Shannon.
Thank you, Michelle. Yeah, I'm supportive of this draft document. We are obliged actually to have a plan as such, and it has been a long time coming, and it is imperfect, and there's things in here that I absolutely fundamentally disagree with. Yes, but I do take it seriously, and I'm talking some of the details as well, like for example, setting speed limiting our company cars to 95. I mean, how to piss off your community, when you're driving on the road and you're driving slower than everyone else. But but otherwise, yes, well done to get into this point. It is a draft, and progress, I'm sure. That is my support.
Madam Chairman, I'm always delighted when councillors have read the detail.
Anything from you, Mayor Bowen?
Oh, yeah, you've got my full support. There's been some good collaboration as well with the is good, so we're not going to replicate things going forward. So thanks for all the work on this, Reece. It's good to have some steps and an action plan. And I think that's sometimes better, than the time you can waste on strategies to some extent. Actually, there's some tangible things that we can get done, so that's great.
I feel like I'm going to get a counter view from this side of the table, but anyone? Councillor Jackson.
Yeah, before Councillor Booth gets in. Look, great work, Reece, and it's a great report. I feel that in the past 2 years that I've been on council, probably two of the topics we've discussed the most, the theatre and this. So I feel like I've got my head around it. It's taken quite a while, to be fair. There's a lot to take in. But I like your top 6 topics there. I know we played a part in that, of course, for mitigation and adaptation. And I think it's just time to get on with it. I'm looking forward to seeing what the government does next year and the part that they'll play in helping to move this forward. So, good work. Thank you.
Councillor Scott.
Thank you, and I really appreciated the summary too, Reece, so thank you for that. One thing that I thought might be helpful in the plan is just an additional column around who is responsible for the action. So, because it's not just us, or it's some of the departments within this organisation, so I think it'd be really cool if we could just maybe add that column, just to keep us on track. Maybe a bit of competition there to see who can achieve their action. But no, I'm really absolutely supportive. I'm even happy to move the adoption of the draft climate change plan before Alan talks. So happy to do that, Councillor Pye.
We better let Councillor Booth share his views before we look for a seconder.
Thanks, Reece. Just in your report, your financial and funding implications, what actually is the budget for 24-25?
The 24-25 budget is from the long-term planning, and I'll check this with our Chief Executive, is sufficient budget for 2 workers and a very modest budget for the administrative costs involved in seeing that work through. In other words, we don't have a budget in this financial year to go out and spend on innovations and practical actions, but we do, thanks to the cooperation of our colleagues throughout other teams and units, have the opportunity to do the creative thinking and planning and research that's needed for us to put other ideas and expenses forward for your annual planning and long-term plan that follows. It's complex, it's wickedly complex, but the willingness and the awareness has grown a lot within the organisation. And I know some external critics have said of us that we should be trying to make a huge impact within the wider district. And we're lobbied vigorously by members of the public for us to do work across the wider district. And you chose, as councillors, to focus on internal actions to start with. And probably for us to be credible within the district, we have to show we're, so to speak, walking that talk before we can encourage others. I'm sure that area will still be contested, but the essence of this, Councillor Booth, is internal work, focusing our learning and our actions and coming back to you with robust cases for investment in the changes we need to make.
So pretty much they're unmandated. So you've got an open book, and there really should be a financial implication here for anyone to be agreeing to anything. And quite frankly, sitting around this table, the people should be concerned at what's further on in here that you're opening yourselves up for.
No.
So I hope you did actually read that.
No, Councillor Booth, I think you're wrong, because the point of the paper is to bring proposals back for spend that can be included in our next annual plan or the next iteration of the long-term plan. So it's not an open checkbook. It's these are the areas that we would like to investigate and bring a proposal back so we can consider it for the annual plan.
In the 3rd paragraph of the 1st page, it says it will be developed alongside the Climate Action Plan to be published by Environment Canterbury. So we're lining up ourselves to be whatever rubbish they put in front of us that we should be considering to align with that. Is that what you're agreeing to?
I may be able to help, Madam Chair, whilst you're checking through. The cross-references principally are to the Mayoral Forum work, which is funded, and that Mayoral Forum work is a collaboration.
And supported by this committee.
Indeed. that mayoral forum work is a collaborative effort between all the councils, devised for cost efficiency so that by sharing the work across the whole region, we don't all duplicate each other, which I think is cost effective. And that work will be...
At what stage then do we actually start thinking about if we are going to make investments and put some sort of return on capital or some numbers around that?
In the annual plans and the long-term plan, which is where you'd expect to see them, Councillor.
Okay, right, thank you.
Parker. Thank you, Councillor Booth.
Thank you, Reece. I'm fully supportive of this draft climate change response plan, and I'm happy to second it.
Thank you, Councillor Parker. Before I put the resolution, are there any other comments or feedback? I'd just like to make one myself, Mr Taylor. In the part around staff travel, I think you should extend that to elected members, and not give us a get out of jail card. That would be my only feedback. So the resolution that the Environmental Services Committee receive and adopt the draft climate change response plan intended to guide short-term work by staff in 24-26 on mitigation and adaptation actions, and noting the feedback provided. If we could make that slight alteration, and Councillor Scott, are you still happy to move that, and Councillor Parker still happy to second that? If there's no further discussion, I'll put the motion to the floor. All in favour, please say aye. Aye. Against? No one against. Carried. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr Taylor. I think that's a great result, and like we said, maybe not be perfect, but it gets us on the journey, which is fantastic. Thank you. Okay, so no matters of urgent business, minor nature or public forum to discuss, so I'll close the meeting, and thank you everyone for their time.
Okay, tēnā koutou, good morning and welcome to Infrastructure Committee. I'd like to welcome Jan and Charles from the Community Board meetings. Welcome, thank you for attending. I have apologies from Anna Lyon and Councillor Piddington that I will move if I have a seconder, please. Thank you, Councillor Oliver. Public forum, I haven't been made aware of any public forum. Identifications of urgent business. Matters of a minor nature. I have 2 matters of a minor nature. Councillor Oliver.
Just had a concerned resident regarding the competitive nature of work that council require contractors to do. A certain amount of contractors only have the privilege of doing this work, but there seems to be a non-competitive nature around pricing, and some of the work that's being done seems to be fairly pricey for what it's actually being done. So just want to
Have a discussion on that.
You just want to have a discussion about that?
Absolutely. The second minor nature I'd like to bring forward is some information regarding Timaru District Council receiving 2 upgrades via the Crown Resiliency Programme for 2024 to 27. So, Susie, you happy? Thank you. Okay. Any conflicts of interest? Chairperson's report. Since our last standing committees meeting, I've attended council meetings. We've had our first age-friendly network meeting, citizenship ceremonies, Hall of Fame ceremony, the Civil Defence EOC Foundation course, Aorangi Stadium Trust meeting, and attended the public meeting for the Theatre Royal. I'll move my report if I get a seconder. Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Okay, we'll move on to confirmation of minutes, which is 7.1. So are we happy that this reflects a true and correct account of the meeting? Councillor Pye.
I just had one at 8.2, which I've talked to Susie about, but it says that we request, this is to do with the temporary road closures, we request that in future reports we put a dollar amount showing the budget still available, but the other part of the request was and anticipated applications to come, and I think that's understood by Susie, she said, but it would just be good to note that. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Okay. Do I have a mover for these minutes? Thank you, Mayor Bowen. Seconder, Councillor Pye. All those in favour? Aye. Just matters arising from these minutes, I'd just like to mention that Councillor Piddington has had a discussion with Group Manager Mr Dixon, and he is satisfied regarding the fleet of cars. Correct?
Yes, correct.
And I also just want to make note that one of the action points was that Chrome Platers building is meant to be on the action register and it's not on there. It was from last meeting. It's missing. Okay, so we're going to go to reports now, and I'm just going to go to report 8.2 first. So if we can welcome, so it's report South Canterbury students against dangerous driving, consequence video. So Lucy Merton, Susie, and we have Nick O'Brien, who's my nephew, and and Nick, you're joined with. Thank you. Okay, I'll take the report as read, and we'll open the floor to you guys.
Yeah, just before Lucy starts, just like to say thank you all for coming along and all the support crew as well. It's great to see so many faces, and it really is representative of the relationship that we do have with emergency services through our road safety coordination, our group that we've got there. So it's just fantastic to have the support on the floor. So I'll pass over to Lucy, and you'll do great.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for allowing us to present the South Canterbury SAD Consequences video to you today. You will see in the report a background of how the video was created and the why. I have Nick O'Brien and Donna Lindsay from Fire and Emergency New Zealand who are helping present today. We'll go straight to the video in a second, and we will be pausing throughout, so feel free to ask any questions.
Tēnā koutou katoa. The aim of this video is not to shock you with a graphic incident scene and does not include graphic content. However, it does depict an aftermath of a motor vehicle collision. If you are not comfortable with seeing this on the screen, you are welcome to excuse yourself now or at any time.
So to give you a bit of context, the pre-incident details are you've decided as the passenger of a vehicle to get in a car with another student who is under the influence. You've made a poor choice and they've started driving while they're intoxicated, and unfortunately they have crashed. It's a problem that we see far too often here, and Donna and I can both speak to responding to those, as well as many of the people here watching today. So.
Hi, I've just come across an accident at the Southern Trust Event Centre in Timaru.
Timaru, what road is that on?
Morgan's Road.
Morgan's Road. Okay, do you have the nearest crossroad intersection to where you're on Morgan's Road?
It crosses with Allbell Street, will be the entrance to the stadium.
Allbell Street, perfect, right, and what's happening there?
There looks to be a car that's crashed into a block.
Yeah. Is there any sign of smoke or block, what do you say?
It's just a big concrete block.
Right, yeah, and how many people are in the car?
I think it's 2.
Yeah, it's just called Cafe. Do you know if they've got any injuries?
Yes, it looks like they have.
Do you know how bad they are?
Looks pretty bad to me.
Pretty bad? Okay, right, yeah. We'll get the fire brigade as well as police and ambulance on the way there now, okay?
Awesome, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your call.
Thanks.
Timaru 801, Washdyke 817. Single car MVC, car versus concrete block. Outside the Southern Trust Event Centre, 70 figure 70 Morgan's Road, on the intersection with Allbell Street. Timaru 801, Washdyke 817. Single car MVC, car versus concrete block. Outside the Southern Trust Event Centre, 70 figures 70 Morgan's Road, on the intersection with Allbell Street.
Do you have an address there, sir? Hi there, I'm Campbell Main, Station Officer at Washdyke Fire Station. So when we're responding to a MVC, a motor vehicle collision, right from the word go, we're thinking, what gear do I need to put on? Where are we going? What weather is it? Who have I got in the truck with me that's going to be able to deal with this incident that we're going to? On the way to the motor vehicle collision, we're looking at the weather, we're looking at the traffic, the area that we're going to. Is this a high-speed collision or a low-speed? All these factors come into how we're going to be able to deal with the situation, how we're going to help the people out once we get there.
Washdyke 817. Further information, single car MVC. Teenage occupants in vehicle. Believed to be 2 patients. Ambulance and police responding also. Over.
Constable Kiha Rigby. I'm the Community Constable here in Timaru. So the information comes from our police communications to us, goes through the radio, they call up units, and from there, depending on what the situation is, depends how we respond, and if it's quite urgent, if there's been a vehicle crash and it's quite urgent, there's people injured parties involved, then we need to get there in a hurry just to make sure that people are okay, and if we need to just like sort people out for injuries, then we can get there and get ambulances rolling.
Comms calling Timaru Station, Timaru 1, Echo 73. A red response from Morgan's Road, Timaru, code 20.
My name's Dan. I'm an intensive care paramedic based in South Canterbury.
The job's dispatched based on what resources are required. So typically always an ambulance, and I'll get dispatched if they need a critical care unit, similar to a helicopter type response.
So when we pull up to the area, we want to make sure that it's a safe space that we pull up to, creating a safe space for us to work in, but also for the people that are involved as well.
As a rescue appliance, the very first consideration I have is the safety of my own crew. We're on an open roadway, and so my first consideration is actually to view the scene and then block off the road for the safety of my own firefighter so that we can deal with the incident without putting ourselves at further harm. After that, it's about positioning our truck and our gear that we can best help the people out. I get there and I do a 360 of the full scene while my team sets up all the gear that we may or may not have to use for whatever's coming up next. After I've got a full picture of the scene and I kind of know what I'm dealing with and I've talked to witnesses and had a look myself, then we can set about tasking.
The critical care unit offers the next level of care. So we can do some quite invasive procedures. We can sedate people. We can decompress tension in chests. We can put tubes in people's throats and breathe for them. Paramedics were empowered to make that call based on the patient's clinical condition. And it's a reasonably fine line between people being very, very unwell, which we can work on a little bit, and unfortunately being deceased.
Changes can be quite abrupt from a rescue where there's a lot of urgency. There's sometimes a lot of, we don't care how you get them out, but you need to get them out now. So there's a lot of moving parts all at once. Once it becomes a recovery, everything stops and slows down. Now it's about more respect for the victim.
Hi, my name's Justin Hardacre and I'm one of the operation managers for Hilton Haulage.
Hi, I'm Russell Day, but everyone knows me as Krusty. I'm one of our crane operators for Hilton Haulage.
Yeah, so when there's a severe incident or a fatality out on the roads, unfortunately we get a call from either FENS or the police, and that comes through to, normally will come through to a guy called Jim Anderson, who's a very big part of the roadside recovery. He'll come through to us, and from there we dispatch or mobilise a team to go and recover and open the road as quickly as possible. Sometimes that could be just putting the trucks or the cars onto some transporters or recovery vehicles. Sometimes it can be unfortunately having to pick up a car in the scene, preserving it with the bodies in it and taking it away to a forensic site for the police to do their part.
Hi, I'm Julian Donaldson and I'm a funeral director at Betts Funeral Services, where I've been funeral directing for 20 years now. We used to get calls directly from the police, but now it comes from the coroner's office. I'm nervous, apprehensive what you're going to see. And obviously in 20 years I've seen all sorts of accidents. So when I'm going there, it's worst case scenario, someone's passed away. Yeah, so that's our role, is to care for the deceased and transport them to Timaru Hospital. First initial fear is that, because we live in a small community, is who is it, do I know them?
So at this point, when we're presenting to the students, we'd pause it here and we have a series of questions that we ask them and try and get them engaged. I'll just speak to one of those here. The number on the screen, did anyone notice the number in the bottom right-hand corner? So that's just the count of people getting involved just from the emergency services side of things in the space of a single car crash. So we don't even have two vehicles involved, and we're already over 20 people and multiple agencies, as well as outside of the three major ones that you always think of when you think of accidents. So that's the first point that we're trying to get across to our students, is just how many people get involved and just how many agencies will respond to an incident like that. And the whole point of this film, especially for our South Canterbury people, is it's the real staff. It's the people that, unfortunately, if you make a poor choice, you are going to see. And from there, we'll keep rolling the video on, and we've got a few other stages that this video will talk about as well. So.
That I deal with these traumatic events is I talk to my wife. As cheesy as it sounds, she's my best friend. I talk to her about these events, but I never give her the details of the events because I don't want to also load her up with trauma, but I can share, she helps me share the load of what I do have without affecting her as well. If I need to, beyond that, I see a psychiatrist twice a year, we all do, whether when you're in a good headspace or bad, because these events can build and they affect everyone differently.
Definitely, when you do go to a lot of them, I've been to a fair few over the years, and you see different scenes, and and some of the scenes can really affect you, especially when you go to fatal scenes and seeing the deceased person there. So you talk to your colleagues, you talk to your family, and you bring it across, and actually speaking about with anything. If you're going through a tough time, just because of the situation you've been in, if you talk to someone about it, you tend to be able to move forward. But if you hang on to it, and you take it home, it's like an environment for you and your family.
Huge impact on my mental health, and also, I go home and think about these things. One of my biggest coping mechanisms would be talking to other people. We have big talks as a team, but also talking to friends and family, which is obviously quite a difficult task sometimes. The brutal realism of this, that if I say to you, I've seen a dead person in a car, there's not many people, but go to that regularly.
I think that's a really tough one for all of us. I don't know if that's something you ever cannot take home to some extent. And it makes you super conscious of your own family and holding them tight and making sure they're safe. Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough.
We tend to be able to deal with it a wee bit more than the average person. What we have a background and have had dealt with them before on multiple occasions. We have a good support network amongst ourselves as a small crew here at Hilton's, but we also support each other as a wider family with the Fens, the Fireys, the Ambos and the police. We all look after each other. We do have a coping mechanism that we have on scene sometimes that we refer to as dark humour. Not something that the general public would probably appreciate, but it's a way we can cope with what we're dealing with at the time, because a lot of what we do deal with is relatively horrific, and we do have, if it's too much for us, we actually have counselling that we have available to us through work as well.
Envision every accident I've been to. It's there with you forever.
Give them about half the way back to station to let it sink in, and then I'd ask a simple question of how's everyone doing? And how they react or how they answer me or not answer me will give me a gauge on how they actually felt about that situation.
Yes, I'm Craig Chambers. I work for Fire and Emergency New Zealand as a community risk manager. Time as a volunteer, I remember an incident that we went to that was there was quite a few injuries and different people that were injured, adults and children. So children being 13 years old. I always remember. So I was an officer of the second truck when we got there. It's hard because I'm looking out for our people that are doing the work, but when our people are working on somebody that's lying, a young lady that's lying on the ground, and that young lady can't speak because she's being worked on, but her eyes are still working, and the questioning in her eyes and the fear in her eyes is something that, So I don't know, processing it, it is what it is at the moment. Maybe that will come back and haunt me one day. From that day on, you would never look at a person's face after that while we were working on them.
When you think about an incident like this, we're not just thinking about the ripple effect of the people that's actually involved in the incident, it's the actual effect on each individual that's involved in the incident.
My message to you would be, you got loved people in your life, and speaking from experience as a dad myself, if you need someone to pick you up, that loved person, just give them a call. It doesn't matter if it's 2 or 3 in the morning, they will pick you up. 100%. They would rather pick you up and get that phone call than a phone call from us or the police.
We want people to make a plan for how they're going to get home safely, especially if there's alcohol involved. And if you're the sober driver, please stay the sober driver. We don't want it to be like, oh, just have one and then that can morph into more. So if you dedicate to being the sober driver, stick to it and do it, and then have a plan. I'm a parent. I've got 2 teenagers at home, and I would far rather they called me at any time of the morning to go and pick them up, so I know that they're home safely, rather than taking their chances with someone that's been driving or getting in the car after drinking themselves.
Think before you get behind the wheel. It takes take that moment to think about what you're doing, and if you're not safe to drive because it's alcohol or drugs or emotions, or you're tired, then don't. There's always other options.
Kia ora koutou. Look, a message from the Mayor on road safety. Hey, it's a real privilege to be driving a vehicle. It gives us all the freedoms that we want, but it can come with some massive consequences when we make and if we make the wrong decisions. It's so important that we focus on other people on the road, people in our car, make sure that we get them home safely. It's important that you make the right decisions in and around getting in a car with a drunk driver. Please just don't do it. It'll be a decision that you never regret.
Hi, I'm Susie Radahi, the Land Transport Manager at Timaru District Council. It's a big old district. Most people just think about Timaru as Timaru Township, but there's actually over 1,700 kilometres of road, including rural roads that we have to look after. So we actually need all of you to take your part in keeping yourself safe. So what does that mean? It means being distraction free, put your phones away, get your seatbelts on, because in a crash they will help you survive. Safe cars, what's the safety rating of your car? It's a limit, it's not a target, so you can slow down and drive to the conditions.
Hi there, I'm Nigel Davenport, Venture Timaru Chief Executive with the Economic Development and Tourism Agency for the district. It's all about distractions really. We've got enough distractions in our life, so when you get behind the wheel, minimise those, make them basically go away. So, the big one's that cell phone, throw it in the back seat or turn it off or put it on mute. Don't eat when you're driving, just concentrate solely on your driving.
Hi everyone, James Meagher here, MP for Rangitata. Look, I've just got a road safety message around fatigue. I do a lot of driving on the South Canterbury roads in this role, and sometimes, you push yourself hard at work and you might be a little tired on the road. So make sure you keep an eye on how you're feeling when you're driving, and if it feels like everything's a little bit tired, pull over, take a rest. It's better to get in there late than not at all. Take care of each other on the roads. See you later.
To both students and the wider community, the last thing that I want to do as a truck driver or as a dad, as a partner, is I don't want to have to turn up at a road crash and see you when I've met you in another completely different realm. Just don't.
Yeah, it can be as simple as that, and it could be as simple as just thinking again. So that ad that was on the radio, on the TV, it's actually so critical to just think about that. So before we make any decisions, before we go out passing vehicles, passing trucks, just thinking twice, do I have enough room? Is the weather going to be okay? The spray that's coming up from the trucks because it's raining, all of that side of things, just thinking, am I confident enough to do it? We just want people to be thinking so they can hopefully make that correct decision and avoid these situations.
I personally think a lot of us always believe we're bulletproof on the road, but it does take everyone to take their part to minimise the risk.
I'd say think before you drink is probably a good one. I'm a country kid, come from farms, grew up on them, and all my mates are country kids, and I know how bad the drink driving side of it was. So for me growing up, that was probably the biggest risk I saw. And 28 now, and by the time I was 21, I'd had 5 mates die in drink driving accidents. So that was my biggest thing. I've always tried to steer clear of it and know that my parents were like, just ring us, we'll pick you up, or stay and have with a mate. So think before you drink is probably the biggest one for me.
So at the end of the video, we'd be speaking to the students about any of those messages, whether they resonated with them, had they heard them before, had they thought about things like this previously. I suppose before I ask for any questions, I just want to say thank you again to Lucy for being the glue. She has really pulled together all of these agencies. Without her, this wouldn't have happened. And from a personal experience, being able to work with police and ambulance and something that's really positive and beneficial for the community has been an amazing experience. I realised about halfway through that the only times I'd seen Kiha and Shannon, who's Shannon's here today, previously was at accidents or where we were doing body recoveries. So to work with them on something positive was a fantastic experience. So thank you, Lucy. Finally, before Lucy closes, is there any questions about the film?
Any questions? Yes, Councillor Pye.
That was fantastic, thanks. How are we going to distribute this to the public? Is it going to be available for all of us to share through our networks and social media?
I'll probably leave that side of it to Lucy. What I will say is at the moment we're focusing on the schools, so we've presented at Waimate High School so far, working on Roncalli and Geraldine at the moment as well. So the aim is to get it into as many South Canterbury schools as possible and actually have the volunteers from their districts support us with presenting as well. So each set of schools is getting to see the responders in their exact community. Lucy, did you have anything further around sharing it?
I think we'll work with Maddie because it's actually a very large file.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant, and we're not taking away from that at all. It's in some ways, had you ever actually given consideration to actually someone for the school specifically, someone who'd been through that process, and because, I mean, I know you're trying to limit the shock value and what have you, but sometimes it just needs someone who isn't that demographic and is a peer who's been through it to give a wee bit of sort of, I suppose, reality to it, and whether or not that was a possibility, because you know that's the bit that they would listen to. The rest of it sounds and looks good and what have you. Oh, look at the responses and and it's good to bring that human aspect of actually what it does to people who actually work on the front line and everything, but I'm just interested whether or not that had been a consideration.
So part of, the Road Safety Month, you've had actually a representative from Council, from Timbero District Council. Does she work here? Yes, Naomi, yeah. She is actually, alongside this, has gone and presented to numerous schools about what happened to her when she was a student a few years ago, but that is an interesting point to discuss with the students, probably during, whether or not someone's willing to share previously. That's something we could look into.
Just on that, this video goes alongside with the road safety education program that we do with SAD, a lot of the schools, so you do have that wraparound. And we have about 23 students in SAD in South Canterbury, which is huge. And they're very much involved with all of these guys and the program.
Yeah, thanks very much. It was really good. Lucy, we went to Levels there one day, me and Michelle, and yeah, had all this stuff out there and it was great, but there was no schools. They didn't show up. So, I mean, are they engaged? Are they getting engaged in this stuff, or how's that going?
With the high schools, it's been a huge work in progress. Like, we've got really strong relationships with Geraldine, Roncalli, Waimate High School especially, but also Shannon's now just become coach of Timbero Boys, so we're going to use him to his advantage and get it. It's rebuilding those relationships with the schools. Mountain View we're working on, but they unfortunately didn't want us in there until next year, just from the 5 that passed away. So it's a slow burn, but it's a relationship that you've got to develop, and so they actually trust what we're doing, I guess. It's a work in progress is what I'd say.
Yeah, just from a logistics point of view, by the way, great video, well done, Lucy and the team. I noticed you had that number come up on the screen there about how many people are involved at a crash site. I'm just curious, who actually controls the site? Who takes care of that? What's the rank? How does that sort of work?
I'll be brave and I'll answer that. So on a roadway, police are the lead agency, unless there is a fire or a direct risk to life where a rescue is required, and then fire and emergency will sometimes step in and take the lead from there. But generally speaking, it sits with New Zealand Police. Correct? Cheers.
your mysterious crash investigation.
I love it. There's all these people in the back judging your every move. So, look, from me, Luce, I know you've led this, and Nick and the wider team have, been involved. I think it's a great example of collaboration for a really good cause. My interactions, what you'll find with Lucy is she's one of those people no one says no to, which is fantastic, which is important in this space. Your passion is, exemplary. So, the kids that I've met through SAD, there's just some amazing young people and young leaders in this space that have supporting this as well. So I think we're in a really healthy position. To Councillor Booth's point, we want to get more schools involved, but I think we're making great strides and moving in the right direction. Unfortunately though, I've got teenage kids at the moment, and the youth that you talk to, they're still making stupid decisions. So, and I guess they always will, but the more education we can get out there to help them think about those decisions is so important. And I think there's probably enough living examples in some of these schools to probably promote that as well, because they've, I know of a handful that have had some pretty awesome scares, just this year. So look, just a big thank you from me, all the work that you guys do. First responders, it's just amazing. We've had lots of deaths of late and over the years. It's my worst nightmare having to respond to that stuff, just from my point of view, responding to media, let alone having to turn up to a roadside crash. So just a big thank you for all the work you guys do. Cheers.
Yeah, you've brought back some fond memories. I can remember Mum saying to us, ring us at any time of the night. I think it's a great thing. I've said that my boy's just turned 15 and a half or 16 and a half, and I say the same things to him. And there's been a bit of silly stuff going on. I've had to sit down with all the friends and all the rest of it and sit down with them and make some good plans, and I think that's the biggest thing about making those plans going forward, limiting the alcohol that they take to these things as well. The biggest thing for me is what I see is kids on restricted licence carrying people. And there's no consequences I can't see at the moment. Well, I'm not seeing that because they just continue to do it. And that's probably more to do with the people over the back. But yeah, it's just installing that into the kids. Great, Lucy, that you've pulled us all together, and for you guys to all be here today to support Lucy, and this is...
Cool. So I'll finish off. So I just want to say thank you for hearing our presentation and seeing the video. I also want to thank those that are in the room here. So we've actually got Natasha Roadley, who's the Road Policing Manager for Canterbury, down. She's travelled down especially for this. Araki Area Commander Vicky Walker, Martin Bennett, who's the Group Manager at FENS, and Shannon Edwards, Community Constable, and Debbie Kay Gardner from St John's. So they've all come to support, and obviously Nick and Donna. And also want to say a special thank you to Nick, who helped co-direct this film, so he got us permission in the Justice Precinct, which was cool. Madison Gourlay, who is from Council, she helped with a lot of the filming and a lot of the editing advice, because I'm not an editor, but I've edited that whole thing with support from Nick and Maddie, and also to Jessie Shearer, so the drone photography was from Jessie. So it's all been a collaborative thing, so thank you.
Thank you, Lucy, and thank you for all that have been involved. It's a great initiative, great collaboration, really worthwhile and important work that you all do, so thank you. So the recommendation is to receive the South Canterbury Students Against Dangerous Driving Consequence Video Report. I'm happy to move that. Thank you, Councillor Oliver. All those in favour? Aye. Against, it pass. Thank you. So we're going to just backtrack to report 8.1, the actions register. So, update on Peel Forest landfill. Some good news story there. Susie? Andrew?
Yep. Yes, we have some good news there. So basically our funding application to the government, had as a sites mitigation fund, has been successful. So we will be receiving 50% of the cost of the project from government, which is up to $6 million. So very, very helpful, and we'll certainly get this project underway. We are still working through the consenting side of things, so we are not in a position to actually start work yet.
Any questions regarding Peel Forest? Yes, Councillor Booth?
Can we actually just do it for $6 million and not the 12?
It will cost us about 12 million, but a lot of that is actually landfill charges, so yeah, we do actually make some money out of this.
Yes, Councillor Pye.
That's fantastic news. I'm just keen to understand the process of the additional money we've found ourselves with, and to ensure that it just doesn't get swallowed up in other projects and things, and how that works and reallocated around, and we end up in the same financial position at the end of the year, because we really need that $6 million to fill a hole, no pun intended.
This project and the funding of it is ring fence, so yeah, it won't be used elsewhere. No.
So initially we had 12 million sitting aside for this. So I'm just wondering where the other 6 will go. Nowhere? Yep. In the bank. Okay. Let's move on to the vehicle fleet, which I am comfortable that we can now close off, unless there's anyone that has a different opinion.
We just get updates, you know, it being quite a major project like we do on the other major infrastructure projects as it goes along. Started, or?
Are you talking about Peel Forest or
Yeah,
cars?
sorry, yeah.
Peel Forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be.
Yes, we will be providing regular updates with that project once it gets underway.
Okay, yeah.
For it to be closed off then.
So the cars, we're going to close off the vehicle fleet at this stage, and we're going to add in the chrome platers on our previous meeting. Okay, so we've received a note to register update. Councillor Pye, all those in favour? Aye, against, carried. Fabulous. Right. So we're now going to move on to report 8.3, temporary road closures application. Susie, I'll take the report as read. And so Susie, I'll open the floor to you and also ask you to speak regarding the budget funding outstanding events as well. That's been raised. Thank you.
Taken as read, you've seen a few of these now, and I was asked the other day why we have to keep putting them up, and legislatively we have to keep putting them up. So sorry, you'll probably get one of these most meetings and potentially some council meetings. So you'll see we've actually got 3 road closures there for the Geraldine Christmas Parade, Retro Rock at the Museum and the Twilight Night Market. But there are 4 on the list, and that is because Get to the Point is on there, and that requires community funding, and it's closure of a state highway, not a local road, which is why you haven't got the request to close the road. So to talk to the funding, so you'll see there that I'm requesting a reallocation of budget from one community events budget to another. Unfortunately, this wasn't made at the time of the LTP development. They are both community events, one's for external contractors and one's for more internal staff work. So it takes the budget back up to $100,000, which is historically what we have spent in this space. Following on from the community grants policy that is being developed in draft, LTU plan on making a submission to that and having a bit of an opinion on that if we can work through that process. So the community event side can be assessed outside of the road closure side, which I think would be a great improvement. But to speak to the remaining budget, so you'll see the cost to dates sitting there at about $36,000. And the bad news is that it's $60,000 to $70,000 worth of expenditure left for the rest of the financial year. So we might make it. We are looking at gaining costs from other providers to see if we can get some sharper rates. But so what does that mean? So there is approximately $9,000 left in Santa parades for Timaru and Temuka, and Pleasant Point again probably want some help. The Anzac parades are around $15,000, which we see as community events. There's also a street food Woodbury, Hadloader Harbour, artisan markets, various artisan markets that are currently funded out of this budget. The cruise ship season is upon us, so working with Di Hayes at Venture Timaru to ascertain what's required there, noting that under the interim speed management plan, we have got Station Street down to 30 kilometres per hour now, so it is probably less than we've previously required. And also the Rock and Hop, which is about $10,000 per annum, and that is currently funded out of this budget. So that's a bit of an update of those events.
Thank you, Susie. Any questions? Yes, Councillor Pye.
So Susie, if we get to the last event and we don't have any money, what happens?
Either a reallocation from other budgets, which we all know are exceptionally tight, or we have to say no. May I suggest, and while it's not in the report, that you maybe have a look at the confirming funding for the Anzac Day parades and the Santa parades, and then we can work through the funding and maybe have to have some hard conversations with some organisations that we have previously funded. So yeah, it's not in the report, sorry, because I was still working on the pricing. My plan was to take it to the next report, but yeah, we've done some rough estimates on what we know about that's happening.
Councillor Shannon.
Thank you. Susie, I can't help but wonder with some of these repetitive events, the ones that we know happen every single year, and the most simple ones, logically think about Temuga, for example, where it's very, very easy to isolate the main street for certain events. Is there an opportunity somehow to figure out a way that we supply the traffic management ourselves, or something along those lines, that, for example, we own a bunch of cones, we own a bunch of this is what's required. The organiser of the event follows our traffic management plan, they put it on themselves with their own resource, they have X number, etc. Is there something that, can we explore something that minimises this cost to everybody? And I know the automated answer is no, legislation, blah, all this sort of carry on, but just this amount of money across the district and potentially running out of money to fund these community events, is there something we can do in the easy scenarios that we know are going to happen all the time, where the volunteer group, if you like, can do it themselves under supervision, for example?
Longer term, yes, that's something that we could look at. We're working through the transition to the risk-based approach for temporary traffic management for Timaru District Council at the moment, which I think I said last meeting was probably about an 18 to 24 month program to work through. I suppose the concern is it's not so much the code of practice that we run under for temporary traffic management, it's more about the Health and Safety at Work Act and overlapping duties, and whether or not there is an ability to hand over our equipment and a TMP to another entity. It was certainly something we can look at, but there would need to be quite an increased risk appetite, I believe, from council on that space for health and safety. And one of the things that we've found as we're working through the project for the risk-based approach is that it's the reallocation of risk when you close one area and create a detour as well. So you've got to think about closing main streets, for example. We then have to provide a detour so visitors can find their way around, or people can find their way around. And you've got to, really think about all of that extra signage that is required for those detours and trucks and those things. So it starts to add significant costs in the setup phase, but Andrew might have something more to say to that.
Well, one of the other things we can talk to is some of these organisations is partnering up with some traffic management providers, and I know that has been done in the past with the Hadloader Harbour Walk, and Fulton Hogan have actively, sponsored that event. I think that's something we need to really push again. I think coming to council, getting the traffic management provided is too easy. I think we need to push back a little bit and say, you've got to meet some of the cost, if not all.
Mm-hmm. So just one other question. The cost to prepare the traffic management plan, where does that sit? Like, what is that a fee that you have to pay to someone? Because don't you just get out last year's one and rinse and repeat?
There is a bit of that. There is a bit of the rinse and repeat. It still needs to be submitted and processed in corridor access requests, so it is a little bit of an internal money go round, but yeah, there is actual cost to applying for what we call a corridor access request, and some of that we pay to separate entities as well through the software developers, etc.
Just a quick question. How many actually providers are there in South Canterbury that provide the service of traffic management, roughly? And how competitive is it?
So probably contrary to popular opinion, the traffic management providers that we're using don't charge per cone, so they're actually just charging for the truck. Sorry, Scotty. So yeah, for the truck by the hour, which includes the qualified people. So yeah, with 1,000 codes. So it's a little bit complicated at the moment because NZTA are removing their current qualification structure and moving to a unit standards. So yeah, longer term, yes, I think we'll be able to have a much better conversation about risk allocation to other entities, but at the moment we're still very much early days in that development, and not just at TDC. We are early days as an industry and working through that. You'll be pleased to know that we are starting to report quarterly our costs to NZTA of temporary traffic management for undertaking works in the road corridor for roadworks, not for all of the other works that happen on the road network. It's a start.
Councillor Jackson.
Sorry if I missed this, Susie, but just going by the numbers that you were going off there, didn't sound very confident that we were going to come in on budget. So have we reached out to those people who would normally submit a traffic management plan for an event? Have we gone to them on the front foot and said, look, could we touch and go?
No, we haven't yet, because I've pulled this together yesterday in regards to the estimates looking at previous cost and the events that we know are coming up, because I'm still waiting for the other costs. And sorry, Gavin, Councillor Oliver, I didn't answer your question. There's probably about 4 or 5 suppliers. So we are going to other suppliers to see if we can get some sharper prices. But yeah, again, you're kind of paying for the truck and the person, the qualified person, qualified and competent person. So yeah, there's not a lot of cost differences when you look at that.
Just for Councillor Jackson, I have heard that some of the events that are stationed in Geraldine, the council have been out and notified them that they need to be front-footing this.
Councillor
Yes, I mean, that strategy of going out and putting it back on some of these companies that are out there all the time, and I know Fulton Hogan do it anyway, as good corporate citizens, needs to be tapped into. And like, you know, a lot of them now have their own ability to do traffic management, but can apply that to an external thing, you know, like the Paul Smiths and Rooney's and things like that, to, you know, to actually get these, because most of those people will have people who work in those industries and those groups, but to start really pushing for that really good corporate citizenship stuff, because you've just said, it's such an easy default to come to council, and it is a significant amount of money. So, you know, we've got to be prudent, thought I'd use that word, and so essentially, they're ratepayers and they need to be doing the same, but look, give them the avenues and the tools to do it. Yeah, cheers.
Councillor Boo?
I guess we just need to try and peel these costs back on that's the bottom line, isn't it? So, you know, that is in motion at the moment with what you're doing with your risk management. So let's just hope that it improves.
Okay. Any other questions for Susie or Andrew? Yes, Susie?
Could I just add, yes, you got your recommendations number 1 to 8. I just wonder if I could get another recommendation 9, and sorry it's not on there because it came up following conversation, if we could confirm that there was appetite to guarantee funding for the Christmas parades and the Anzac parades, and then we work through the process with the other ones when we have a definition of cost.
Sure. I'd be happy to add that into the recommendations and move that recommendation. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Burt. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to 8.4, page 39. Susie and Selena. So this is the adoption of the Timaru District Active Transport Strategy and Project Prioritisation for 2024-25. So I'll take the report as read and hand it over to you, Susie. Yeah?
Yes, thank you. It's been great to be involved in this project. It's been kind of a long time coming. We started work in this, I think, February 2022, so it's been working with various stakeholders, which has been fantastic to do, and getting community feedback as well. So if we go back to the slideshow, might be the easiest way to do it. I suggest we look at this report in two halves. So look at reviewing and discussing the active transport strategy and adopting that, and then moving on to the prioritisation of the projects. Awesome. Yeah, so it's a step change to how we've done active transport strategies in the past. So we've historically, our active transport strategy from Transport has been focused around the transportation network with some links in with our parks and reserve areas. We've expanded that to include more of the recreational active transport that happens in our parks and reserve areas, and also worked closely with Venture Timaru regarding key connections for cycle tourism, and also worked with mana whenua in this space as well. So it's bringing back a lot of feedback from the entire community, and so yeah, what it says on the box there. And so why now? You've got a lot in teal there, and you can see at the bottom, Better Off funding was probably the main driver for the review, making sure that we had a really comprehensive active transport strategy that would endure test of times and government cycles, and we'd be able to leverage that momentum that was starting to build following the Central South Island Trails that was built, initially, we were getting those great use stories from Washdyke to Pleasant Point, people commuting, not just a recreational trail, and leveraging off some of that momentum that the community had. Also, we had some significant funding opportunities through the New Zealand Transport Agency under the previous government, so we wanted to make sure we were not shovel ready, but had a really good strategy in place so we could pick those projects and then start developing them as we work through. You might want to have a look at the table on your agenda page 55. This actually I'll need to have a look at it. I suppose this is our value proposition, and how it's not just putting money into cycleways, that there is a huge benefit to the district in all those areas. So you really have got that better health and wellbeing measures coming through. Your improved access to employment services and entertainment. Your lower cost transport options and environmental impacts, which would support previous meetings agendas, safer streets, more vibrant communities, which supports not just the City Town project, but a number of district towns within our district, and that desirable destination for our visitors. And I'm not sure if everyone around the table is aware, but the Central South Island Trail has got preliminary Heartland Trail status, which means it will get significant advertising throughout nationally and internationally. So it will actually connects now through, there's a little bit of connection we need to do, which is in this plan, and in the prioritisation process. Connects Caroline Bay all the way up to Yes Cave, but then it goes local roads through into Mackenzie District, local low volume roads, comes out at Halden Road at Dog Kennel Corner there, connects to Tekapo, and then of course that also then connects Mount Cook all the way down through to Waitaki. I've got, as you know, I don't live in district, sorry about that, but I've got friends in the Albury area that have homesteads and already seeing visitors coming through on those back roads, so it's starting to happen. So yeah, it's all pretty exciting to see that connection going all the way through. You'll all be aware that we ran through consultation period, 2 phases with our strategy itself, but we are also seeing, you'll see here's our comments from our road user survey, our latest road user survey, customer satisfaction survey. So we're kind of hearing it from all sides, and you'll have heard the LTP submissions that were also on increasing our active transport need. So this gives us the strategy, the plan to implement that work. So there, our vision, active transport options are safe, accessible, fun and popular with our communities and visitors. So the strategy has got 4 focus areas, which you'll see there. So there's building is just but one part of it. We've also got the wayfinding and complementary amenities. So that's about having bike repair stations. It's about having benches for people to sit down when they're walking. It's about having safe bike parking in key destinations. Oh, water fountains, water fountains and destinations as well. And promotion and education. At the moment, that is a bit of a sore point in land transport with the NLTP funding. Our road safety promotion funding is not what it once was, has been a cut. So in this space, we wouldn't be looking to run specific programs, but we'd be looking to support external programs in the first instance. But it would enable us, the strategy would enable us long term to work on gaining further funding from government for that. And enabling policy and planning, so making sure that when we're getting requests for new subdivisions that there are good active transport links. Oh, I've got notes on that one. Have I missed anything you want to talk to so far, Selena? Sorry, lost my notes. So as I mentioned, it is about building, but it's not just about building. So this focus area is about basically achieving that step change in the extent and quality of active transport we provide in the Timaru district. And we know that infrastructure plays a critical role in safety, accessibility and attractiveness of active travel. The uptake of active travel hinges on the development of routes that get people where they want and need to go. So we've designed comprehensive and connective network of on-road and off-road trails connecting our main urban centres and within them. So this has been out to public consultation in 2 forms, 2 phases, and so we have taken account the feedback that we've had through the consultation period and had a look at those links, and you'll see them on the maps. As I mentioned before, it's not just about building, so wayfinding marks active transport routes and provides other forms of information such as digital maps and apps to help people navigate the network. Alongside wayfinding and improved cycleways and paths, other facilities such as bike parking at key destinations and public rest areas along the walking paths are important for encouraging increased use of active transport. So as I mentioned earlier, so there is evidence that shows active transport infrastructure improvements get more use when delivered as part of a comprehensive package of initiatives. Education and promotion activities can help overcome the barriers some people face in using active transport more often. Skills training and travel planning are critical for improving confidence and safe behaviour on streets, particularly for cycling. It can help to overcome barriers to cycling. Students are significantly more likely to ride their bicycles to school after cycle skills training, and parents become more comfortable allowing their children to cycle. So we still do work with Health New Zealand in regards to our school travel planning, and so we'll continue that through this 3-year LTP period, and we'll look to obtain further funding in the road safety promotional activities in 2027-30. But meanwhile, we are willing to work with other parties that already provide these skills training. Kind of talked to that one. So how are we funding it? So as I mentioned before, there is better off funding, about 1.75 million for implementation, preferably over the next year. We'd like to draw it down sooner rather than later. There are some fishhooks and make sure that we follow the process. LTU's current processes align well with being able to draw that funding down. Having adopted active transport strategy is key to enable us to draw down that funding. Unfortunately, change in government objectives has meant that the NLTF or NLTP has reduced its focus on active transport, so there is less going to walking and cycling than we have previously had from previous government policy statements. The strategy enables us to be there and ready when things inevitably do change again as government policy statements focus changes. And there's also potential of other community funds, as we've seen through the building of the Central South Island trails. Having a strategy there showing the preferred route of the district enables us to work with other parties when they come to us. I think maybe if we have questions on the strategy itself before we get into project prioritisation.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you, Susie. Good report. So we'll just discuss about the Timaru District Active Transport Strategy at this stage before we go into any of the funding of projects. Councillor Pye.
Thank you. Great to see this. Susie, I just note in there about the the collaboration with Venture Timaru and how we can leverage cycle tourism, and I'm 100% supportive of this, and I think we need to not just focus on a point A to point B cycle tourism, but actually as a destination. You can come to Timaru Point, Geraldine, Temuka for 5 days and do these 5 different cycle routes, which is often actually easier for people because they don't need to be supported. And I just think we should leverage that opportunity, because we have a point A to point B kind of 3 to 5 day, other than connecting with other ones.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
You mentioned that we've been categorised at a different level, or recognised nationally for the bike trail, and that's going to attract more attention, or should I say, advertising or profile. Doing which part of this is actually specific to that, or is it just the whole overall plan?
So the whole overall plan will support that as well, but the specifics is connecting Caroline Bay through to Washdyke, which is in the project prioritisation process, so we can point out which one of that is.
And so the money, 1.75 million, you're 100% sure that that's what we'll actually get towards this?
There's an agreement in place, and we should be able to draw down the funds. We certainly wouldn't go off and commit to spending all 1.75 million without testing one project first, because we do actually have to spend the money before we can obtain the money. So yes, we'd certainly be picking a low-risk project that could be funded out of the LTP funding of $500,000 first. So I suppose the list is, when we get to prioritisation, it is a big list. We believe it's affordable under that budget, but the devil is always in the detail once you actually go into design and work through what other safety impacts you might need to consider. So it would be seen as the prioritised list that would just continue to work throughout the life of the active transport strategy.
And is this separate to the actual road itself, or are you actually just going to put lines on the road and take up space that the cars would normally be using?
So it's a bit of everything when you look at the strategy, but a lot of the ones that have been proposed in this are roadside or utilising existing footpaths and creating wider shared spaces.
So, for instance, example, Pleasant Point to Cave, for instance, they put a separate track on the side, haven't they?
Yeah.
So is that sort of more along the lines?
That would be the rural connections would be looking like that. When we look into, Temuka urban, well, all the township urbans really, there may be in the future, and again it would be through consultation for specific projects, there may be in the future on-cycle tracks, but at this point in time there's not plans to do that.
Yeah, I guess the main thing is that the funding is there and it's funded, as you suggest, and if it's not, we should actually, stop if we get along the lines, start doing something and we find we're not going to get the money, because the new government has indicated that that's going to be pulled, so you never know. That would be my only consideration.
Yeah, tranche one, we've got a signed agreement with the government. They have no intention of pulling that. What they did pull was tranche 2 of that funding, which was for 15 million. So we still have a commitment from them to pay the 5 million, of which 2 million was going to cycle trails, 2 million to the stadium, and there was a art gallery as well. So I think that they are still honouring that agreement. and we're confident that we'll get that funding.
So what's the likelihood of having pushback from some of our motorists that are going to actually have the cyclists being allowed, say, a metre, for instance, where the line and you're not allowed to entrances and all that sort of carry on? Is that a consideration? Because they pay the rate, all the user charges for their cars and trucks.
Well, this funding is not coming from road user charges or fuel excise duties, so this is separate government funding which has been allocated, basically from taxpayers.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but certainly do take your concern on point there. There's always challenges when you're doing projects like these. A lot of them, though, are the kind of community connectors, so they'd be looking at either widened footpaths when they're in an urban area already for a shared space, or they'll have the separate cycleway like we are seeing out in Washdyke to Cave. But yeah, there is always that challenge. It's just, I suppose, a message for those that are concerned about that. Often the people that are walking and cycling in our community are also drivers, so they also pay fuel excise tax and road user charges. They're generally ratepayers, so they're generally also paying rates. They just also would like to use an active form of transport, so they are paying.
Thank you. Councillor Oliver.
Just regarding building the new trails, we did have Shane Brooklyn come out to talk to the Geraldine Biking Group a couple of weeks ago, and he did say that they have a really good relationship with Fulton Hogan and have a really good rate in place. And I'm just thinking that maybe having a chat with Shane before we go out and put things to 10 stuff, he might be able to cut some deals or make some things a bit cheaper or something, because they've done a lot of it, so they know where they're on the ground, what the ground is like. So just a suggestion.
Okay, any more questions regarding the strategy itself? Yes, Councillor Scott.
Mine question's just around upgrading to existing rural trails for horses. How many equestrian groups submitted on the plan? That's my first question. I'll let you look that one up.
So yeah, we'll look that one up.
Because I'm pretty sure it'll be zilch. And can you tell me what trails are going to be upgraded to accommodate horses? Yeah, I've got one more after that.
Yeah, no, that's fine. We might have to answer that information, give you the information on submissions later. You will remember we did have the submission at the long-term plan period as well. So it was a nod to working with that community on identifying the trails. It's not necessarily long lengths that they'd be looking at doing, I assume. It's if you think about the State Highway 8 Pleasant Point, you can see on the side of the road there are horse communities in that area. They have historically used that berm, and then we've got these much safer bridges that we've constructed that are adjacent to the highway as opposed to going on the highway. So it would be looking at creating a chip seal path on the existing path for short sections to connect, so they could get their horses over the chip seal without damaging the surface and then go back onto the grass. Yeah.
Okay, and not interfering with cyclists, people or prams. That's the other big concern, living in a rural community and having horses come out to rural areas who don't like tractors and motorbikes and trucks and pretty much kids. There's a lot of danger, I believe, in these kind of things. So picking the right trails and the right upgrades is very important to the rest of the community. Yeah.
Any other questions regarding the strategy itself? I think you've done a great job, due diligence with your collaborative work with Venture Timaru, Selena and Nana Whenua, and also the community engagement. So I think you've pretty much ticked all the boxes that would need to be consulted with, so thank you. Okay, so let's move now on to the following projects that have been put forward to be funded. Susie or Selena, do you want to speak to these projects and then we can go from there?
Yes, thank you. So there was quite a process to come up with prioritisation. We didn't cherry pick them, I promise. There is a spreadsheet in the background that runs through it. And so it takes into account, actually I have highlighted it so I say the right things. It takes into account the route type, indicative cost, deliverability of the project, community support, and the contributions to the benefits sought by the active transport strategy, which are around improved access to employment, services and entertainment, lower cost transport options and commuter benefit, improved safety, community vibrancy, emission reduction and a more desirable destination for visitors, and of course also includes the priorities of the community boards that we also consulted with and got their priorities. So you'll see there on page 42 under point 14 is the very simple table that you'll see. So we've got some pretty interesting shorthand names, but you've got Hayes Street to Stewart Street, construction of a new shared path. So that is through the port. It connects the Port Loop shared cycleway that's under reconstruction at the moment, along with the road formation. So it connects through there to the coastal connections, the coastal tracks. So that finds a way for people from the south end of Timaru to be able to cycle along the coastal connection track safely through the port to Caroline Bay and further afield for a safer connection. So that's that one.
About the trucks, I mean, the port, that's a busy place to be having something like that.
Yeah.
You've had quite a bit of pushback from the port, haven't you?
So when we had the funding a couple of years ago, we did meet with Port Users Forum and we have shared some designs. It's basically about creating a designated, identifiable, safe cycleway away from the truck. So it's basically right up against the buildings, and so it still enables the full road space for trucks, and it still enables parking as well. So yeah, we certainly have worked through that one and would continue to strike up those conversations again. The one that is part of the Heartland Trail connection is the number 63, which is Grants Road to Eversley Street. So that's basically on State Highway 1 down from what used to be the car yard is now the lawyers, right down in front of BP through to Grants Road or Showgrounds intersection. And that's about designating that bit of trail, making some improvements so we can get people safely through from Caroline Bay through to Washdyke. So that's part of that connection. Then we have, maybe if I go to, where's the other one? Oh yes, that one, yeah, sorry. Number 55, which is further down, which is State Highway 1 Washdyke. So that goes through, you've seen the shared path that we've got roughly to Blackwoods from up past Harvey Norman, etc. And then it narrows down significantly. So it's about getting through from Blackwoods right through to State Highway 8 effectively as a designated shared path. And no, we won't be taking any road space or parking away in that location, but designating the shared footpath. But we will need to work with businesses, and that's something that Central South Island Trails obviously is they're really keen to get their Heartlands Trails certification, will be front-footing with us in regards to working with the businesses along there. And then also, we've obviously got the Temuka Community Board projects, which is effectively connecting from the Opahi Bridge through to the Domain, which will be fantastic to see a safe cycle connection through there. And Geraldine to Woodbury, which has been on the books for a long time. So we met with the community board out there. As you'll be aware, there were significant challenges with having it along State Highway 79 with some stormwater issues we had through there. So we took the draft active transport strategy to all of the community boards, and the Geraldine community has agreed that the alternate route is a suitable route instead of using State Highway 79. So that has been able to mean that we can get that one over the line. And working on Meadows Road to Smithfield, that's not actually construction, that's looking at the trail design, consenting, because there's some bridges that are required in there and land easement agreements, that type of thing, so working through that process. And then also, the other work, working with Venture Timaru and installing on-street bike parking in key locations be finalised, and the selected upgrades on existing rural trails, including engagement with New Zealand Equestrian Advocacy Network.
Thank you, Susie. I have a question I want to start off with. Through your consultation and the strategy, it talks about safety and lighting, but yet there's no provisions in this work list for any lighting work or investigation.
No, not at this point. Not looking at improving the lighting out on the rural trails. Would mean that our budget would not go very far at all. We wouldn't get much construction done. So they'd be more constructed for, the daylight use hours, which is unfortunate, but it's,
But the strategy should reflect the work, and in the strategy, lighting is being put as a priority. So I just, that's why we've got a strategy, so we can work from it.
Yes, so not for physical works, but as far as officers' time can go, yes, we could certainly have a look as we're working through our streetlight cable project, that we'd be looking at that at the same time.
Wonderful.
But so just not physical works at this point in time.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I'll open the floor. Next question. Councillor Oliver.
The only question I have is regarding the printing pamphlets. As we go into the digital era around that, and a lot of those things have gone by the wayside, I'm wondering whether we can do better than handing out paper that gets thrown in the bin and all that sort of stuff. I'm just wondering whether that's a good investment, that's all.
So just working in with Venture Timaru on that one, they still do see demand for printed pamphlets when visitors come to the region. I believe they hand them out down at the information centre, and that's something they'd like to keep going. Cruise ship passengers are another.
Councillor Jackson.
Thank you. So just on this Meadows Road to Smithfield, so that 150,000 is for design, maybe some construction, but mainly around design, right? Okay. So when will that be picked up for total construction then? How far down the track will it be, do you think?
Good question. It's a challenging one. There's a few dependencies there. So as we've learnt with the Central South Island Trails construction, Washdyke to Cave, which is a fantastic thing, you've also got to connect through the communities. So we're very aware that Washdyke is a very large, very important industrial community for our council and for our community. And we need to make sure that we're not just dumping cyclists and pedestrians into an industrial area without the associated infrastructure in the Washdyke area itself. So it'll pretty much be aligned construction-wise with the potential new link road in Washdyke, because I'll wind back a little bit. There was great support from both Temuka community boards and Pleasant Point community boards to get to Caroline Bay, to get through Washdyke to get to Caroline Bay. For the Temuka community to do that, coming down Seadown Road, which is the preferred route that was identified through consultation, there needs to be an improvement in safer crossing point between Seadown Road and Meadows Road. So there is, in I think year 4 of the long-term plan, there is currently funding set aside for the Washdyke New Link Road, and that will all depend on available government funding to support that. That's one of the dependencies, and the other dependency would be stage 2 development at Showgrounds to get that connection.
That's why it's important, to work ahead of time with this planning to make sure you can do that further down the track, right? Okay.
Yeah, so we're ready to go when all of the things line up well.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Pye?
I just had one little bit of feedback on the Temuka network, and I thought that the community board did not rate Domain Avenue as a high priority because they said nice and wide, there's the track next to it, and yet, and I know it's not one of your first ones off the rank, but further in the strategy, it's still got high next to it, and I just question that. I'm not going to stop approving the strategy because of that, but I'm pretty sure we said, nah.
Yeah, that's correct. And the community board feedback plays part of the assessment and prioritisation, and so community feedback and achieving other goals are what keeps it on there as a But certainly before any painted lines were put on the ground out there, we would be coming back to the community board.
Susie, are there any outstanding projects not completed from the previous 2018 revised transport that we need to play catch up with before we go ahead with these new projects?
In short, yes, but there was no prioritisation of the previous projects, and I think that's why we've come with hey, here's the maps, here's the prioritisation process we want to run through with the objectives. So we've got a combination of a strategy and a tactical document to deliver the projects. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions for Susie or Selena? Okay, so the recommendation is that we adopt the Timaru District Strategy 2024 and that we endorse the following projects as they are written on your report. Happy to move that, Councillor Jackson. Thank you. Seconder, Mayor Bowen. All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. We're going to move on to 8.5, Claremont Water Treatment Plant Upgrade Strategy, 117.
Madam Chair, if I can just excuse myself for a moment, thank you.
Absolutely. Welcome, Grant.
Thank you.
I'll take the report as read, and if you'd like to speak to it, that would be appreciated.
Thank you, Morena. This report is to present an update on the upgrade of the Claremont Water Treatment Plant. I won't go into too much background in relation to why we're upgrading the water treatment plant. There's quite a bit of information within the report, and I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have on that. But there are a couple of issues that I do just want to draw to your attention. And the first is the drinking water standard compliance and meeting the drinking water quality assurance rules at all times. So there is a need for what's called 4-log protozoa removal at all times, and the need for a multi-barrier approach. So that basically is in relation to that if you have a single barrier, there is a clear potential that it will fail at some point, things go wrong, and then there would be no compliance. So a multi-barrier approach provides the security that you are meeting the standards. The second point that I wanted to raise was also the potential for taste and odour. About 30 years ago, there were taste issues with the Timaru water supply. This was put down to the algae that was in the large open reservoirs at Claremont. So at that time, covers were installed. It stopped the algal growth, but also at that same time, ozone was introduced as the main disinfectant. Ozone is a strong oxidant, very effective against those taste compounds. So there is a potential that the ozone, that it wasn't just the covers, and the ozone has masked the potential for taste and odour. So at the moment we are sampling for those compounds within the raw water. The problem that you have with that is that they come and go. It depends on the climate and the environment, and so you can have long periods where you don't have any. And we have measured geosmin, and it is at low levels, but aware that there was an issue in the Dowlands supply recently with a taste issue. So it is a potential issue, and so there is a need to allow for a possible taste and odour treatment at Claremont. And the third issue I just wanted to raise was treated water security. So there is a need to ensure that the large treated water reservoir that we have at Claremont is able to keep the water secure, given that the covers are deteriorating. So that is an issue. So therefore we have our proposed Claremont water treatment plant upgrade strategy. I guess first up is the potential for the taste and odour treatment to be confirmed. There are a couple of options there, being an activated carbon treatment or what's called a advanced oxidation process, which uses UV and hydrogen peroxide. So that's a key option, because in order to provide that multi-barrier approach, we're looking at UV, ultraviolet, and if we were to install that as soon as possible, that would provide us with some greater flexibility in the raw water that we currently take. So at the moment with ozone we can only take up to 1 NTU. If we use UV we can take up to 5 NTU. So that provides us with a greater flexibility in the raw water quality that we can take and treat. And then the next step within the upgrade strategy is the microfiltration, the pH correction and all of that sort of stuff. Budgets, current budgets. The proposal is to use the current budgets that we have for the implementation of the strategy. But we, and as part of the recommendations, we do need to use the existing treated water cover budget, and that means that we may need to look at that issue in the next long-term plan. So we do the upgrade implementation, and therefore in that 4 to 5 years we then may need to look at either covering the reservoir or having new treated water storage and using that reservoir for raw water. So at that point, really, I'd open up to any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you, Grant. Any questions for Grant? Councillor Booth?
Grant. Okay, now can you just explain to me about the ozone, because we've been using ozone for some 30 years, would that be right?
Yeah, nearly 30 years,
and it's,
yes.
So it's worked, and I guess, so it's worked quite well, so why wouldn't we sort of replace that? And especially if it was masking perhaps potential taints and odour. And what was the other question? I'll think about it.
Okay, so I'll answer that one first. So the issue that we have at Claremont is that we don't have any turbidity removal. So we are dependent on a relatively good quality of water for us to treat with the ozone. So if the turbidity, and that is a measure of the sort of suspended in the water, the dirtiness, if you like. So that needs to be at less than 1. Now the raw water can get over 50, 100, more than that in terms of NTU. So for periods of time in the river. So the only way that we can currently meet the standards is to only abstract water which is less than 1 NTU, which is the issue that we've had in recent times, where due to prolonged incidents in terms of the raw water quality, we haven't been able to take water for long periods of time. We've drawn our storage right the way down, and we have been very close to having to take water which is greater than 1 NTU, which would not comply with the standards, and we'd basically have to issue boil water notices. So we don't have any turbidity removal. So if we were going to put some turbidity removal in there, then that would be the microfiltration or the membrane filtration.
So is the ozone meeting at the standard now, the ozone treatment?
yes, so the issue, there are a number of issues with ozone. It has worked really well for us over these years, 100%. But we're the only place in the country that uses ozone. So in terms of peer support, we have none. There is a single operator that maintains the plant. The plant is 30 years old, nearing the end of its life, and so to renew that would be much the same as the cost for a membrane plant. And ozone, yes, it complies. We have issues with cold weather, so when the water is cold, we have to use both ozone generators, which means that we don't have any backup. So if one of those failed at that time, we wouldn't be compliant. And as I said, in terms of the raw water quality, if it's greater than 1 NTU, then we can't supply, we can't treat that water because it wouldn't be compliant.
And once the, so that turbidity, it doesn't actually settle in the pond either. Is that right? So if you do take it in and put it in that pond, it actually won't settle and clear itself through ozone and etc. No. I mean, 1 NTU you can't see. It would look like exactly the same as the water that's in your glass currently. You can't see 1 NTU, but the standards require it to be at less than 1 NTU. The ozone isn't effective enough. I guess the other question I was thinking about was the impact that the Smithfield shutting and what they took a lot of water. So what sort of reduction in our daily use does that represent?
Yeah, in terms of our average day, it's about 10%.
Right. Yep.
Thank you, Councillor Booth.
Just another point about the ozone too is the, I guess, the safety of it. We have a very large liquid oxygen tank sitting there, and we are getting audited regularly around the health and safety requirements on that. WorkSafe are particularly nervous about it. So it is, it is becoming more problematic in operating it.
Councillor Birch.
I mean, the discussion here is that, our people don't want to have to rely on anything and even move to a boil notice. We need a redundancy in relation to the ozone, so if it fails or what we need to, we've got, as you say, a multi-layer effect, and we also need to have that resilience. So, what we should be sitting here is saying, how do we do this, not why are we doing this? It's ridiculous. We need to move on it and look at it where we're, realistically within the budgets and everything, because that is our main source of drinking water, and doing it well is what we hear about, and we've got a clear direction in that. So you tell us that this 30-year commitment we've made to this, and we're the only ones using it, that rings alarm bells everywhere. If we can keep it going and it builds a multi-layer effect, as you say, and we've got another redundancy in there, and we should be looking at that filtration as a standard, as a minimum standard, because turbidity, as we know, has been a real pressure point, and it's happening all the time, and we know where the source comes through, that we have no control of that, and it can happen at any time. Thank you.
Mr. Trainer, did you want to speak?
What we have in the long-term plan and what is actually going to happen are different. So at the moment we have 36 million in there plus, and that is to have done the microfiltration and cover the existing. But given the ozone is nearing its end of life, work has gone on to look at what do we replace it with. And the view is to replace it with UV, because its operational cost is lower, and this is what the common is using. So there will be a variation at some point, and once we get the full plan, it needs to come back for the full funding. Originally also the 2 tanks my understanding was the 2 reservoirs were going to be used for dirty, and we were going to use, once it had gone through the system, it was going to be as it was produced. But now there is a view that we should have more holding tanks around the network. So again, that's a slight variation. So once the whole plan is sorted, we need to make sure the costing is there and we've actually got sufficient capability of funding that. It may mean something else has to give. We'll wait and see.
Thank you. Mayor Bowen.
Oh, thank you. Look, Grant, my question is around the storage. So if we're putting in UV and membrane filtration, that means we can take high turbidity water. So then can we not, why do we need to use both for untreated? It just feels like we're creating more investment into treated water storage when we can actually use the existing storage if we've got the ability to treat water as it comes in. So yeah, why is the need for the extra reservoirs when we can't just use one of the existing ones as we have done previously?
Good question. And you can. Basically, we're as the Chief Executive said, we're still working through that in terms of what that final solution might be. The issue that you have is that if you are going to use the existing treated water reservoir, the large reservoir, then we will need to line and cover that because it is deteriorating and it will not be secure, and therefore there's a very high risk of it recontaminating the treated water. So that's what the current budget is allowing for, is for that covering of that reservoir. That may be the ultimate solution, or it may be that you are able to have other treated water, and so you might have, say, 30 megalitres of treated water, and then you're able to use that and not cover it as securely as you need to for treated water and use it for raw water. So there are just some options to be made, decisions to be made yet.
Yeah, that's cool. So obviously we're signing off a strategy. There's more thinking and cost benefit of different options to work through. Look, I mean, I agree. In principle, this stuff is really, really important. We need to spend more time, discussing these things. These are really, really important. We don't do enough. My final question would be just around what does that look like for this committee moving forward as far as, visually seeing the detailed reports, etc. What does that mean for us from a governance point of view? How can we be involved in the process, I guess? What you're thinking on reporting back to this committee on the stages, if you like.
Yeah, there's... So we're developing a procurement strategy to sit with this upgrade strategy. So that would involve further design detail within the concept. So clearly, in terms of the options for the potential taste and odour treatment, whether or not that's an activated carbon or something else. Also, feedback on the reservoir storage, those options, which would then be presented within a design report for us to then take to develop the tender and procurement documents.
Yeah, so the purpose of this report really is just to try and get across what the strategy is. There's been a slight change. We're adding UV to the system, which adds another barrier as well and another treatment and a bit more flexibility. And by putting UV in the initial stages before the microfiltration, it allows us to treat the water at a higher threshold in regard to quality. So it increases reliability. But ultimately, the solution's still the same, microfiltration.
Sure. So as far as the UV side of things, what's the time frame for that element of it? If you move through, get permissions, etc., to have that in place, because obviously there's some urgency risk in that. The
Yeah.
ozone.
That's a difficult question in terms of the timing. As I said, we need to first of all determine in terms of the taste and odour issue. Yes. Yeah, and to be fair, the longer that we're able to take to do that, the better information we'll have in terms of the treatment. But we can't take too long because obviously we need to make the decision on the UV.
Thanks, that all makes sense, yeah.
Councillor Pye.
Thank you. I'm supportive of the strategy, and this has probably all happened before my time, but I feel like we're putting all our eggs in one basket, and you know, our main point of source of water is the Pareora. I mean, we've got Pleasant Point, but what for the Timaru Township? Is that where most of the water comes from, and what happens if we can't take water from there? Like, do we have other groundwater sources, or I just feel like we're putting all our eggs in one basket, and that worries me. And I'm not expecting a solution to that today, but when do we do thinking about that?
So we have two sources. There's the Pareora and then there's the Opahi. Yes, they're both rivers. We have looked at groundwater. There's both locally and in other locations. The decision at that time was to, and we have a consent to take more from the Opahi than we do currently. So there is the potential to increase our capacity from the Opahi. So in terms of quantity-wise, we're pretty well set. We're just reconsenting on the Pareora now. All of the work that was done at that time, and we looked at other sources, including further south, was to remain with the existing two sources, which provides that. I mean, even with both of them and with our raw water storage, we have sufficient capacity. It is the fact that we don't have the turbidity removal that the membrane will provide that will then provide us with our ability to take that poorer water quality.
And then what
Reliability was the issue rather than capacity.
Okay. And what about, we've got one treatment plant, so if something fails there, what's the backup plan?
Yeah, well, so within the design of that treatment plant, there is absolutely robustness is a key aspect of that design. So duty and standby pumps and treatment equipment. So the UV there would be in effect two banks, a duty and a standby. The membrane has a number, basically they're racks, and so you can have a component of that which is standby as well, and then the storage.
Councillor Pye, last term we did significant work on water and resiliency, and the council at that time came to the conclusion that two water sources were sufficient for our district, and that microfiltration was the real key point because of the turbidity. And with this new UV treatment, it means that we can treat more dirtier water, not as much as microfiltration, but more than what we currently can with ozone, correct?
That's right.
Yeah. Councillor Burt.
So it's really in terms of there's two factors here. One, it's extremely high rain levels causing massive turbidity, and then on the other end, correct me if I'm wrong with Opahi, is very reliant on Apua, and we know exactly where they've been through in terms of drought. And I know we have the, how would you say, the hierarchy of accessibility to that water over an environmental flow, but we've got both ends there, which, you know, again, we need this resilience that you're talking about in there to overcome those two, and heaven help us if they ended up paralleling between the two of them, because we wouldn't get out the other end, and that's an obvious thing. And really, at the end of the day, this comes right back to that square one. We should be going right back and revisiting meters. The world shows the resilience that you build into a capacity and meeting demands based on when it has a value, it changes everything.
Thank you. Councillor Booth.
Yeah, so you've got each storage unit holds 112 megalitres, and one of them's clean and one of them's dirty.
I like to call it raw and treated.
Okay, so and of that dirty one, you've got about 5 days. Warmer. Yeah. Have you got 5 days where you could actually not take anything from your if there was a rain event, for instance?
Well, so yes, they're each 5 days.
Yep.
It means that there's 10 days where you don't have to take anything.
Okay, so therefore, say if you're a bit of a Scotchman, you might say, why wouldn't you put more storage in there so you could actually have 15 days, and that would be, you know, fairly unusual that you couldn't take water over a 15-day period due to the discoloration of the water.
So there's in terms of land and cost and reliability, being able to remove that turbidity and treat that turbidity, I think, is actually the key to that.
I'm a low-cost operator. I was just trying to.
Yeah, we've looked at. I appreciate that.
I mean, there's a reason why this whole thing's been set up the way it is, because our forebearers thought it was quite a good system that we could, you know, get the water from the clean water, and it's probably been for our industry, it's been very good. And it's all just runs down the hill. There's no pumping, other than obviously we pump the stuff from Apua over. So it's as I say, that's a low-cost operation.
Yeah, and it has developed over time, because originally it was just that storage. And so it was straight whatever came out of the river and then straight into town. And then it was chlorinated. Well, then it was actually fluoridated as well, but we won't go there. And then there were the covers put on. And then there was the ozone. But over time, the reliability and the quality of the quality has decreased. And there needs to be an improvement in terms of the treatment to meet the drinking water standards. We were extremely close to having to issue boil water notices for the Timaru supply, including industry, because we would not be compliant.
I think the discussion today is more about getting the plan right, but also matching up with dollars. So at the moment, 36 million LTP will not be enough. So effectively, we're going to have to reset that and make sure it is enough to get this Claremont up to speed. So, and what they're saying in what this paper is saying in the recommendations is, right at the moment, probably one of the more vulnerable parts of the system is the ozone for a host of reasons. So the first stage is to get that moved across to UV. Mm-hmm. And parts of the rest of it have been designed, but what we do with the two reservoirs and how we hold water is still to be finished off, is what I'm hearing.
That's right.
So we need to actually probably move, like the recommendation too is crucial to get the UV started, but we're going to have to get the full package up to you and move it around in terms of our money move some of the money around to make sure we can sustain this. And this is one of the crucial things in our 3 waters, water done well, is getting this right. And again, it will start lifting up our debt levels, and so we're going to be conscious of that.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Councillor Jackson and Councillor Shannon.
Thank you. Crikey, great report, by the way. Thoroughly enjoyed the read. It was excellent. Who knew there were so many chemicals in our water? My God. But anyway, just for my own knowledge level, design and build contract likely to form the basis of the main contracts. So can you just elaborate on why it needs to be a design and build?
Yeah, sure. As I said, we are working on the procurement strategy, and so that looks at the different sorts of contracts that you might use within a project like this. Design and build, because it is very, very specialised. So when you're talking about a membrane plant, the suppliers of that plant do the design. So you provide them with a performance specification for how you want the plant to perform, and then they do the detailed design. And so then when you incorporate all of the control systems and the monitoring systems, again, very specialised and very difficult to detail that, like for us or a consultant to provide that sort of detail. So it's the suppliers that are familiar with doing that work that do the detailed design for that. So this type of plant, it would very much be the majority of it. There are some aspects that might not, but the majority of it would be as a design and build. Something like the treated, like if there was a tank, then again, if you were having like a steel tank, then that in effect is designed by the supplier. We don't do the detail for that. We just say we need a tank of this particular size and shape or whatever, and then they do the design and then the build.
I think it should be noted that the last 2 treatment plants that we've had built, which Te Angawai and Te Moana, were design build and were very successful. Yeah.
And we're not first cab off the rank with this. If everybody else is using it, surely we can find out what works well and what doesn't work well.
And the majority of these sorts of plants are done as design build.
Yeah, sure. Councillor Shannon.
Thank you. First of all, just to reiterate what Councillor Jackson said, I thought this was an excellent report, and an awful lot of it, just over 6 pages, a lot of good reading. And this is our bread and butter stuff too, isn't it? And this is the most important thing that I actually think that we're going to do over the duration of the LTP. And what we're looking at here today is we're looking at supporting the strategy. And I like the way that this strategy does introduce, for example, multi-barrier approach. It's talking about resilience. It's talking about addressing some of the urgencies around ozone replacing with UV. I wasn't aware of that a year ago. I think we were just talking about microfiltration. I think we were just talking about that, if I remember correctly. In the tasting, of course, there's only 2 things that seem to matter to everybody in the community: that it's safe, and it tastes good. So it's as important as the cleanliness of it. So I'm looking forward to actually seeing what the strategy looks like in terms of the dollar figures over the year. And even though our Chief Executive says it's not likely it's going to land on 37 million, to me, over the long term, compared to what we were looking at with just microfiltration, it sounds like we're heading in the right direction. But there are some forward planning elements here too, aren't there, in terms of procurement now for things we know we're going to need years down the track because of lead times and what have you. And I'd just like to see all of that detail coming through soonish, but otherwise very much do support the strategy. Thank you.
I'll just go to Councillor Scott before I go to you, Mayor Bowen. Okay.
My question, just so there's obviously slight urgency with this, and the budgets were over a 5-year period of the LTP. So what are the timeframes to bring this all in? Is it over the next 2 financial years? Is it, or is this the 0.17? Is this the project timeline? I wasn't quite sure. I couldn't sort of work out when the timeline is and the delivery of it.
Yes, so the timeline is that 4 years. Yes. So that's on that point number 17. Yes.
Okay, Mayor Bowen.
Happy to move.
Happy to move recommendations 1 to 3. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Burt, all those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Okay, let's move on to our final report, which is 8.6. South Rangitata Reserve Management Plan Review. And welcome, Bill. We'll take the report as read, and Bill, I'll open the floor to you.
Thank you and good afternoon. It is very much based on a statutory process, the review, and I just want to clarify a few things. I've had recent clarification of the legal process, so I'll clarify that. Firstly, we're looking at a comprehensive review. So in the past, there have been reviews, and reserve management plans are designed for the long term. And we can do minor reviews along the way without any public consultation or anything, and we have looked at this during that period. So with a comprehensive review, just to be clear, we go through the intention to review the plan. We then consider any feedback we get, and we prepare a draft that is then consulted on again. At that stage, and it wasn't spelled out clearly, but there is a hearing if people want to be heard. So we can have written submissions or people speaking to these submissions. We then adopt a plan which considers all those submissions plus what was in the draft. And I think that's important to consider. The other thing that I received advice on this morning, just for clarity, is under the Reserved Act, there are various delegations. There are some things that can be delegated to staff, and there are some things that can be delegated to other committees within council. Unfortunately, the notification of the intention to prepare or to review the management plan is something that the full council has to consider. So I'd like to recommend that there's a change of recommendation, and that is there is a recommendation from this committee to council that we confirm the intention to undertake a comprehensive review of the South Rangitata Reserve Management Plan and publicly notify it. So just to get the process 100% accurate.
Thank you, Bill. I appreciate that. Any questions for Bill? Councillor Pye.
I'm just keen to understand, once it gets approved by full council, what happens then? Like you said, you will notify it. What are we anticipating our consultation looks like, and how are we going to gather the feedback?
Okay, so again, under the statutory process, there is an example of an advertisement which We have to put in a local newspaper. It can also be on their website. But what it is a very open notification that just says formally that we intend to prepare, review our reserve management plan, and we call for submissions on topics that should be considered and the way they should be handled. So it's goes out to the full public. It also goes out to, in this instance, we've got lessees that are hut holders and other people that are stakeholders. So there would be notification to them by way of email is usually the way these days.
Any follow-up, Councillor Pai?
I'm kind of struggling to imagine what this looks like. So that's very open. You get a whole lot of feedback. Then do we go, this is our draft, and that's when we seek formal submissions and have a...
Correct. When we're reviewing it, we consider a number of things like what has changed in the environment or the other situation, what people have submitted, and then a draft plan is brought back to council for adoption to publicly notify again, and then people submit again on that. Then there is the hearing, then any changes are made resulting from the written and verbal submissions, and finally a new plan is adopted.
Councillor Bowen.
That's right. Yeah, look, I fully support it. We need to get this underway. I just think we need to probably present a timeline somehow with it. Well, likely now to go over the Christmas period, because it's about a 4-month process, isn't it? But I just think that we're going to, yeah, if we sort of do put a good timeline around it, we're probably going to have some meetings again out there, certainly at the draft stage, to encourage feedback and all those sorts of things. So elected members will need to be involved in that as well. But that's the key one, I think, is that these people want a timeline. Yeah.
Councillor Scott.
Sorry, I'm struggling a little bit to visualise the process here. So the current management plan is 28 pages, which Councillor Pai had sent to me, because I don't think as councillors we've ever seen this. So it'd be quite handy, instead of the lead, it would have been quite handy to probably have read this. But so Bill, just to understand again, so the plan is to sort of throw this out to the public in its current form, or are we going to do workshops and work with the community first on collaboration of a draft document and then put it out? Is that what you visualised?
So we have to follow the statutory process. We can add to that. A statutory process is that we have to publicly notify.
Get that.
And it's got to be available for 2 months minimum. We can do focus sessions or meetings to do in addition or during that process. I think that's something that could be very worthwhile. And then we get all that information back, so it informs the people who might submit.
Yeah.
But we also have to be very clear on what issues, from council's point of view, and how they will impact on the plan. So,
Which you could do in a workshop, so people are well aware. I feel like this group or this community needs to go on the journey, and council needs to support that journey. Just from the feedback I've received. And also, so once you get to that stage, who is going to write and review the plan?
So normally we've done it in-house and just taken on board. So we have the basis of what we've got now. It's really how that changes. what has changed over the years and what are the different expectations and, what do people want to see? How do they want this particular reserve to be used? So that's really what we're talking. So I imagine it'll come down to probably about half a dozen issues that will be topical and will need to change. The other ones will still be current.
Mr. Trainer.
Just in context of Councillor Scott's questions, I'm used to a process where you draft the plan up, and how you do that, you might have workshops and so forth, and then that would be the plan we notify for consultation, isn't it? Or is it different to that? Is it we notify them we're going to do a plan? There's a subtlety there that we need to be right on track on, because, surely we're going to work up a draft plan, take it out and consult on that draft plan, and then if there needs to be changes to that draft plan, because the current plan, it will change from the current plan because so much has changed. Can you just clarify that?
Certainly. If we were doing the full review, we would notify our intention first before we did the draft. We can, if council was of a mind, skip that step. But we would have to, so you can do that, but it lets people know it's coming. That's all it does, and people say, I think we should consider, a Tiddlywinks course in the reserve. There isn't one now. And that's something that can be worked into a draft. We can do it either way.
Yeah, the intention is that we notify saying, yes, we're going to be reviewing this plan. People have an opportunity to submit some issues, and we're still going to be preparing the plan in parallel. We're not going to sit back and wait for all the people to come back to us and to identify those. Yeah. And then we'll draft it up and then follow the process from there.
Councillor Jackson.
Just so I understand correctly, so one of the discussion points was around the campground, which closed, and correct me if I'm wrong, 31st of the 8th, is that right? But they want it open for the summer, and yet this process is going to take, how long, 4 months? So is there going to be a resolution for those people out there for summertime?
I think they're two separate issues. So this is the management plan going forward.
Yeah, okay.
Whereas we just got an issue with the camping ground at the moment. So they are separate.
Yep.
And we need to keep them separate.
Okay, cool. So just then on that first point, that first discussion point about whether the campground will be open at the summertime, will it be or not?
We're doing work on that at the moment. Obviously, we have a major issue with the septic tanks. And right at the moment, it looks like we're going to have to get if we try to fix it, we're going to have to get a resource consent from ECAN. And the issue is the water table is too high now. That's the biggest issue. And you probably won't get one. But we're looking at potentially saying we're going to bring to council whether we open up for freedom camping.
Yes.
So I don't imagine we're the first people in the country to do this, and I don't imagine we're the only people with similar issues. So as part of this process, will you hunt out some other recently reviewed reserve management plans that both the community and this council can have a look at? Would be great, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Burt, did you want to? Nope. Okay. You're happy to move? All right. So that's under the new. You've got.
Committee to council to confirm intention to undertake comprehensive review. Change of recommendation. This committee. From this committee to the council to confirm the intention to undertake a comprehensive review of the South Rangatato Reserve Management Plan and the public be notified as such. Is that correct?
publicly notify it.
Okay, so you're my mover, Councillor Burt. Do we have a seconder for the recommendation? Thank you, Mayor Bowen. All those in favour? Against, carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we have no urgent business. We're going to go on to our two matters of minor nature. So I'll welcome Susie up first, maybe to talk about the Crown Resilience Programme. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was rather exciting to get Mayor Nigel's email on Saturday regarding our couple of projects being selected under the Crown Resilience Programme 2024 to 2027. So some time ago, we submitted a number of resilience projects to NZTA for consideration. In the first round, we were unsuccessful, and it turns out in the second round, we were successful. So that's fantastic news. So the two projects that have been selected by the New Zealand Transport Agency are Cartwrights Road Resilience Upgrade, which is a State Highway 1 alternative, which has a type there as flooding, so it's about having a resilient route for our community to get through and get home in those events. And also following on from that is the Connected project, which is Kellens Hill Road Resilience Upgrade, State Highway 1 alternative. So the total cost across both projects is $2.7 million, of which the Crown Fund is just over $2 million of that. So it's fantastic to have those projects selected. Local share could be considered through a reprioritisation of our improvement programs for years 2 and 3 of the long-term plan. So there's no additional funding needed from Council to deliver these programs. We're very much at concept stage. We have some 2D design for the Kellens Hill work, but we'll be working with our stormwater team to look at the assessment. So the likely treatment would be some type of causeway, so the water that is still currently going across the road and getting downstream into the creeks will just go through a culvert instead, so the cars can still get through. So yeah, so we, like I said, very early, just found out about it on the weekend, so we'll be working through the concept design and detailed design for both of those works. There will be a bit of work required in conjunction with State Highways at Cartwrights Road as well, because we have right at the intersection there with State Highway 8. The road can sometimes close there. So, yeah, but it's great news.
Yeah. So the financial assistance rate is actually 76% compared to our normal 51%. So it's definitely worthwhile pursuing.
Thank you, Susie. Anyone? No? Perfect. Okay, and the second minor nature was regarding approved contractors for specialist work for council and their competitiveness rates.
Yeah, so this has just come about from a couple of people that have had some recent work done, mainly the installation of water tanks. They felt that the cost far outweighed what the work was carried out, and felt that because the two contractors that they were told to use didn't require the work, they paid more than what they really should have, and there was a bit of a lack of competitive nature in what they're doing. And so they feel that there needs to be something done about that, or I don't know the exact in and outs, but I'm sure Andrew will fill us in.
Yeah, well, the council maintains a list of approved contractors, and those contractors are approved on the basis of their health and safety, their compliance with our standards, the quality of their workmanship and track record. So they are assessed regularly to make sure that they have all those competency skills, because often the infrastructure they're installing becomes council infrastructure. So that's why we like to maintain that high quality. Now, where it's open all the time, contractors can apply to be an approved contractor at any time and be assessed. And we do provide the list, which is on our website. So there is quite a number of contractors on that list. So yes, you mentioned 2. I'm not sure if it's all there is, but there could be others there that are approved still to do that work.
I think there was only 2 that responded.
So
after contacting them all.
Yeah. An action for us is probably to get out there and encourage more contractors to become approved in that particular work type. Yeah. But if anybody is wanting to use a contractor that's not approved, definitely approach us and we can assess that on a case-by-case basis.
I mean, this is interesting. It's not, it's someone's water tank on private property. It's connecting to our network. So, what it just almost feels like overreach as far as needing to abide by a council standard, whereas actually, it's work on a private property. The only crossover is connection with the network. So,
Which is at the tank. So
Which is
we're responsible up to the flow restrictor at the tank.
At the tank, yeah.
So the property, so you're responsible for the pipe onto the property to the tank, is that right? I thought it was always at the boundary.
In our rural schemes, it is to the tank. So yeah, we have a lot of pipe work basically going through private properties. It's quite extensive. Yeah.
So we wouldn't, if the main was on the roadside, we wouldn't be paying from that connection through to the tank, would we?
No, but the property owner pays for that, but then the ownership of it becomes our responsibility after it's been installed.
It's been installed.
Yeah.
I think what
I'd
this
take
was
that one point further.
Oh, sorry.
So if it springs a leak, is it our responsibility?
Yes, that's right, yeah.
Yourselves into that state.
Power connection's exactly the same. You pay for the power poles, give them to the power company, and then pay for the privilege of using the poles you've paid for.
Are you right, Councillor Oliver? Any further discussion? Okay, very good. All right, no public forum, therefore I will close infrastructure at 12:54. Thank you for your attendance. And
so we've got 2 to go. I think we're probably okay to wrap those up in a half-hour period-ish. So maybe if we report back at 1:30 or 1:30, and I think that should be fine if we go over. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Welcome, team, to the Community Services Committee meeting today, Tuesday, the 8th of October. We have a couple of apologies today. We have Councillor Stu Piddington and we have Anna Lyon from the Pleasant Point Community Board. Just special welcome to Jan and Charles, over there, yes. Welcome to our meeting today. We have no public forum today. No, hang on. Let me move the apologies first. And seconded by Councillor Pye. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Identification of items of urgent business. Matters of minor nature. No, nice. Any declarations of conflicts of interest? No, not today. Great. Okay, Chairperson's report. Since we last met, I've attended the Youth Initiative Subcommittee meeting. I attended the Business After 5 for the Y to present the youth survey results, and just want to acknowledge the team from council who all attended that presentation too. It's insightful information for us as a community to look at going forward. As Councillor Pye mentioned, I joined an online forum about leading complex communities. I was going to tell a funny story about that one. There was a awesome, was he awesome? Maybe that's the wrong word. An interesting councillor from up north, and he mentioned about being in the trenches and, getting in the trenches, against the councillors versus community, against officers. And then the lady who was facilitating it went, maybe you should, build a tunnel. And he goes, I'm too busy picking what ammunition I should have. And honestly, everyone went, what the heck? This guy is completely batshit crazy. So it was my takeaway not to end up like him. He was quite mad. I did Google him actually, he was mad. Anyway, I attended with Mayor Bowen the 12-month ceremony for our 6 Syrian families, having been here in Timaru District. It was a lovely event. Audit and Risk Committee meeting. Most of us attended the public meeting held by the theatre community, Sister Cities Subcommittee, Local Arts Scheme Subcommittee meetings, Hall of Fame ceremony for Georgia Miller, which was awesome. Citizenships like other councillors, and also completed the foundation course for Emergency Operations Centre. That's what I've been up to. I'd just like to move my report, seconded by Councillor Oliver. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, confirmation of minutes. I just wanted to note one thing. For all the 7.1, which I know that Mr Doran here has shared with Councillor Pye, but there was a little bit of confusion just around that particular report. There was have used unbudgeted expenditure, but actually in the recommendation it was to use the reserve fund, so there was just a bit of clarity there, so that the minute is correct. So I just thought I would just mention that. Other than that, is there any questions to the minutes? Okay, Councillor Pye is happy to move those, and seconded by Mayor Nigel. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, the action register update. We only, from memory, have the one still on there. Oh yes, and that's around our assessments of bequests, and I know that Beth had sent out an email to everyone just with a bit of an update and a strategy around that particular piece of work which we all supported. So I think now we'll probably leave that on there as ongoing until those papers are presented in the new year. Do I need to move those? Stephen, let me look at my things. Yep, so we just receive and note the updates to the action register. Happy to move that, and Councillor Jackson is going to second that. All in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Okay, community funding policy, which is report 8.2. Oh, I was going to say, here comes my people. Thank you, guys. I'll hand it over to you guys. I know there'll be lots of questions, and I think some of us have fed those through, so I welcome you to answer those perhaps, hopefully in this wee session, and then I'll open it up for questions. So welcome Brendan and Naomi.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you this afternoon about the community funding policy. It's been in train and in development for a period of time, and it's certainly been a team effort to get it to where it is at the moment. I note that it's not just Naomi and myself that have been involved, also Claire Barlow and Beth and other officers as well. So that's the first observation perhaps to make, that we're slightly light on the ground here this afternoon because Claire is unwell and Beth is overseas. So Naomi and I will endeavour to take you through the report, any questions that you have as best as we can, and if there's anything that we need to come back to you on, we'll be very happy to do so. But we'll just see where we get to. So the purpose of the report is to present you with the draft policy and ask that you adopt it for a targeted consultation. I won't at the outset get into all of the key details of it, but suffice to say its main purpose is to merge two policies into one, to standardise their funding frameworks, to provide a robust set of criteria that is transparent to the community and assists members of funding bodies to consider when awarding money, and to improve also to be flexible, to be future-proofed. So that, for example, Susie today mentioning the community temporary traffic management funding, sources of funding like that might be able to be incorporated into the policy in the future. A breakdown of the key proposed changes is in the report. And I also note that there have been some questions sent through to us in advance, so I sincerely thank councillors for that. That's been helpful because it's constructive feedback, and also it highlights that what may be clear to us or what we interpret as the case may not necessarily be as clear as crystal to others. So if it's okay, Madam Chair, shall I go through that now? Brilliant. Stop me at any point, Naomi, if I am... This one was around, and this is in order of received, not necessarily in order of substance. There'll be some bits that go quickly and some parts that we delve into a bit longer. So firstly, in terms of branding kit, I think this was in relation to how the promotions and advertising occurred. Is that correct? Yeah.
Section 26, I think it is, of the actual policy. Oh no, 27, sorry.
Yeah.
Advertising and promotions. I know it's something that we talk about a lot here, of not being recognised for our branding style, or yeah, you know how sometimes you have a full pager of how you if we had one of those.
Stephen can speak to that.
Speak to that one. Yes, we have a current one at the moment. We've also got a new one coming into place, which is a wee bit more flexible, which will hopefully make it a bit easier to put stuff on posters, because there's a horizontal version of the logo as well as a vertical one. But all people that receive funding for us are requested to clearly note that we are supporting them.
Okay, nice.
And I suppose the point of the policy is to make that expectation and requirement clear. I will note the policy, once it's fully implemented, will be supported by a set of more user-friendly guidelines, shall we say. So we're not expecting applicants to be fully intimate with the policy and all its provisions. This is for perhaps a slightly different audience. But yes, there will be assistance there to assist them to ensure that they're acknowledging us, our funding, and it's also helps the public as well understand where their ratepayer money is going. Hopefully that answers that question. Okay, on to the next one. So this is around conflicts of interest. A couple of councillors have asked about this, so I'll attempt to go through it as best I can, and please interrupt me if I am misunderstanding anything. So Council at the moment, in the course of its normal duties, obviously has some requirements around conflict of interest disclosure, such as this committee, and that's reflected in standing orders. Those standing orders cascade down to council, subcommittees, etc. And what we were hoping to do in this policy is just make it clear that that similar level of disclosure applied to funding bodies as well. So the key point there is that it's not intended in operation to be any more onerous or restrictive than any conflicts of interest that you self-disclose in, say, this meeting here today. As per the standing orders, all conflicts of interest, whether they be financial or non-financial, are self-disclosed, and no one can require anyone to state a conflict of interest. As I say, the intention there is just to ensure that someone who has a clear or perceived conflict of interest has that expectation on them. So, for example, take me. I love football, soccer in some people's parlance. If I was on a funding body and Football South Canterbury came seeking money and I was on their board, for example, then that would be a clear conflict of interest and not appropriate that I, in that particular circumstance, be involved. If I wasn't on that board, it was just, say, my son or daughter playing football, not such a clear conflict of interest. So the purpose, like I say, is that it's stated in the policy to make it clear that conflicts of interest apply, but that it exactly replicates the current disclosure requirements on councillors. It's not meant to tie you in knots or anything like that.
I just think from our experience, and I'm on probably multiple of these committees, being the chair of this particular one, I feel that this is really restrictive, because what it's doing is it's not giving them, the chair of that committee or the committee itself, the chance to, and I sent some wording last night, to identify the conflict of interest, but is it manageable? So the example that you just gave, that would eliminate a lot of our committee members. So if I think about the youth initiative, all the people on there come from youth services or from a youth environment. If I think about our arts committee, they're all from the arts societies or groups, so they'd be instantly removed. I think about donations and loans and all the other different community groups, say Councillor Oliver, myself, Mr Piddington, all of those, you would instantly remove a majority of the committee, and you may not have a quorum to vote. So is there not the ability to manage that at the time? Because this is just hard and fast rule of you're out. Well, then I wouldn't be able to be on many committees.
So to clarify, it's only if there's a conflict of interest to the extent that a member of the funding body believes that it's necessary to disclose it. My understanding is that that already exists in some respects anyway. So for example, if we go to a donations and loans subcommittee meeting, there's a section in that meeting, correct me if I'm wrong, where any conflicts of interest are required to be stated. So this isn't asking for anything additional to that, it's just simply noting in the policy for the assurance of the public that conflicts of interest will be managed. I will note the wording that we took was from the Ashburton District Council's community grant funding policy, which was adopted in February 2020. I've asked them whether or not, since the correspondence that's come through, I've asked them whether they've had any issues with the applying of that, whether it's tied them in knots or words to that effect. I haven't heard back from them, but I would suspect, and I think it's reasonable to suspect, that given that it's been in place since February 2020 without amendment, that they've probably been decently successful with how it's been managed. To your point, Madam Chair, about the management of conflicts of interest, I would suppose in order to comment on that, I'd need some idea as to what that management might look like, because to my understanding, conflicts of interest in a funding body context basically are, if you have a conflict of interest according to our standing orders, you remove yourself and aren't involved in the funding decision. But if you don't have a conflict of interest, then you do participate in the discussion and can be involved in the decision. So I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on how the management of that might work other than those sort of binary options.
comment as a fundamental change to how we manage our committees right now. We do not do that. We note the conflict of interest, but no one is removed from the table. The chair of the committees manage it.
Excuse me, Madam Chair. So the youth initiatives and the local arts are a really great example of conflicts being had. So people have been asked not to vote on that, and no one's ever had to step out of the room as such, but not to be involved in the discussion or decision. So it has happened. It does sort of happen that way currently.
The person would have to have a clear and present direct link to a pecuniary advantage themselves as opposed to the organisation. You know, because as you say, it's manageable, and we all know that we wear so many hats in the community. It's seen all the time. All it's doing, by the way I'm seeing it, is it's actually just making it, acknowledging that it can be an issue, and therefore it's now in the policy saying that we do manage it, opposed to, and it stays at the same management level as the way it is now. Is there a conflict of interest, and it's just disclosed to what level? It'd be different if you were the president, you know, if that person was the president of that signs off on aspects, or is in a governance position.
One thing that might be useful to note in the policy, perhaps an additional clause, is to note that financial or non-financial conflicts of interest would be managed as per Council's standing orders, which by default already occurs because those funding bodies are an entity of Council anyway. Those standing orders cascade down. But there's more detail in the standing orders that, for example, make it clear that no one can force someone to disclose a conflict of interest. It talks more about the threshold required and things like that. So that might provide you with a bit more assurance that it's not intended to be a blunt tool to remove people from the equation, not at all. Just simply to provide that assurance to the public that if someone has a clear, blatant conflict of interest, to Councillor Burt's point, perhaps the president of an organisation seeking funding, for example, that there would be certain expectations placed on them in terms of how they aren't involved in that funding decision.
To work with our chairs on those committees to make sure they understand, because, yeah, it is a change, yeah.
Sorry, further, if I may, just on that point, noting that we're seeking approval of a draft policy as a basis for consultation, it might be of value to see whether or not we receive any feedback from the community on that point. I proceed? Is that okay for conflicts of interest for now? Okay, cool, thank you. And then also, Madam Chair, your third point, third of three, if I haven't missed any, was just around the loans being removed, and a couple of other councillors asked around this as well. So again, interrupt me if I misunderstand anything. But effectively, what's being proposed in the draft policy is, as part of the community funding buckets, to remove those community loans. And officers think that this is sensible for a couple of reasons. Firstly, because given the historical record, which I'll go into in a moment, we don't perceive this as being core business for Council or the community funding aspect of Council. And also, depending on how it's funded or structured, is either unbudgeted or possibly removes funds from other buckets. We note that in the past couple of years there have only been a couple of requests for this community funding, only one of which was taken up, which was the Fraser Park funding, which, given the magnitude of that, I think it's safe to say wouldn't fit within the community funding bracket, because it's, like, in terms of quantum, many orders of magnitude larger than the annual budget. And Naomi might be able to speak to this, but in terms of how Council manages that loan, it requires significant resource and expertise that sits outside of the community funding team. I'll just pause to see if Naomi wants to say anything on that point.
So I see it as not fitting within this policy. This policy is around the grants, and loans are quite differently applied for, quite differently processed, and quite differently managed. So I don't see it sitting in the same policy.
you're saying is we will still have one, that just not sitting within here, because to me, you've completely removed it. And I would debate that it is important for our not-for-profits in our community to have this opportunity because it can get them to the start line. But Mayor Nigel wants to make a comment.
Oh, well, yeah, I'm just interested why you'd have it separate. And there has been some other examples, the Geraldine one, what's that? Yeah, I mean, they've utilised it really well a couple of years ago, and I think it's all paid back, or they've paid it back pretty quickly. And there was another one there as well. Recognise the issue that it's unbudgeted, but it sort of makes sense, I would have thought, to tie it all up. But what's your reasoning for not having it separately?
So our view was, given the nature of the requests that we could see, as I mentioned, the data I have in front of me is 2 and only 1 taken up in, I think, the last couple of years, and the magnitude of them, in our view, not sitting being closely aligned with the grassroots not-for-profit nature, not removing the ability for these entities to request that funding of council itself, but just removing it as a funding bucket under the policy. So if an entity wanted to request a loan from council, they could still come to council. It could still be considered by the entirety of council in a report, which we think is more appropriate, rather than, say, a funding body being asked to consider, I'm not sure if I'm allowed to mention the size of the Fraser Park loan. I don't know if that's public knowledge or not. I haven't been here long enough to know that, but I think we know the magnitude of that. That's outside the delegation of those committees anyway, so they have to escalate it up regardless. So we felt that, given what we could see data-wise, it was more efficient that those requests come directly to the entirety of council rather than a subcommittee of a committee for consideration by the entirety of council, because the entirety of council would probably have a view on it anyway. So to be clear, we're not trying, I'm sorry if I sound like a broken record, we're not trying to deny the ability for entities to seek loan funding, just not to do it under this policy, because the intention of this policy appears to be quite different to the nature of the applications that we seem to be receiving, and it seems to be not particularly efficient.
So where does someone find out that we have loans if it's not sitting in this policy?
So this was a real tricky area for us to break down. So there are still discussions going around what the best way to deal with the loans are. So nothing has been decided. It's not in this policy. We didn't think it aligned with this policy. There is still work to be done as to how people would apply, how they would know, and who would be generating and running that facility.
And if you think of the wide remit units of council, there are a number of potential avenues that might occur, but we definitely intend to publicly provide information saying, if you seek a loan of XYZ, here is your contact person within council, they can assist them. So it's not trying to block the community from escalating this through to council, it's just simply stopping doing it within this policy, because it historically has, in our view, proven to be not the best way of doing it, and they've had to escalate it anyway.
As well, since I've sat on those committees, because we delegated most of it, but if I remember some of the transitional conduit where you had a discussion where somebody wanted a grant, we would go, well, it doesn't really fit, or it breached one of those, you've had it 2 or 3 years in a row. However, in this case, a loan might be good based on you've got some other funding bases and things like that, and we escalated to that around the same quantum or slightly more, but it needs that connection, that ability to communicate that is an available option in some way. Yeah.
I think in that case, it's not stopping the committee or subcommittee from referring up in that regard. It's just that they're not the decision makers and they're not the first. So that would still come in as a grant application, and you'd say this is unsuitable, but you might want to think about a loan. So then a fresh application would have to be made. And I think, from memory, most of these big decisions have ended up at council anyway, because they've had to be delegated up a few times. So it's just kind of taken a few steps out of the process, and it might actually streamline things for an application.
Councillor Pye.
I had that question too, and I totally understand what you're saying, but should we not then just be explicit in the policy and say this policy does not apply to loans? That can be, and then whatever you want to say, dealt with separately by council should be applied for in this way, because if somebody has always gone and applied, they may apply not knowing that the policy has changed, or other people who have never applied might start by first looking at the policy.
So I can speak to that. There's been a lot of work in the funding review being done in the background, and there's a lot of stuff waiting for the policy to sort of be on the right track before we can push the go buttons on, say, our Smarty Grants, launching our Smarty Grants, looking at what way would be best to do a loan application. Is it separate on there? So we sort of need to start, but I do see of referring to it in the final policy that does not cover.
Yeah.
Would like to see it in the draft. It needs to be in the draft. So it's a very simple number, and it just needs to say this policy does not do community development loans and sports and recreation loans. I think it needs to be in there. And then the next round of work needs to be a policy around those particular loans and how we will deal with those. Because I consider them to be extremely positive for our community, and it does help groups get to the start line, and it doesn't, my understanding is there's no cost to us, it's just our ability to loan at a cheaper rate.
Under the current policy it is.
Yeah.
Because it's got fixed interest rates and we are paying a lot higher than that.
Conversation, we actually said we needed to adjust that so to our what it is at the time. So we've actually had this conversation about making sure it's like for like. Yep.
Yeah, and when I think we had that conversation in April at the donations and loans, that was when there was still the prospect of the loans remaining in there. But yes, absolutely, we can, to your point, Madam Chair, include that. So perhaps under 11, maybe 11V, community development loans and sports and recreation loans are not funded via this policy, or words to that effect. Yeah. Okay.
I just hate to see us write another policy when we can just include 2 paragraphs that covers loans and corrects the interest rate challenges. That would be my feedback, yeah.
I don't think we would necessarily need another policy specifically related to loans. I think the key piece of work is figuring out what is the avenue for people to contact council in relation to that, and then it would be, in my view, the discretion of council to consider those and to apply terms as desired at the time.
I would still be of the view that just include a couple of paragraphs and then it's done, it's communicated in a way, and there's a process in that it can come through donations and loans and be referred up. That would be my view.
What's the upper end of our grants at the moment? If, like for a, significant community group?
Upper is 30, I think.
30. So, if you've got the ability to give money away, you surely would have the delegation to go, well, actually, we don't see this as a fit, or we need you to do a mixed model based on something that's in our environment of austerity. We might be looking at, loans as being something of more value to the community and that sort of thing. I don't know. Would you need to go to the full council if you can give away grants to that quantum and give a loan for 10 grand?
Well, we're not a bank. That's the first port of call, and you'll have to put some sort of limitation on it because everything we lend out, we're borrowing. So it needs to be thought through. Yeah.
So just to add to that, I'm quite happy to add in the couple of sentences, but I do think there needs to be a bit of collaboration work on the rates and the application process and such. So I think that would make it easy for everyone if we just add in those paragraphs.
I'm not entirely sure what is being proposed, to be honest, but I'm happy to consider any of it, obviously. I think on the one hand, to be clear, there's the view, make it explicit in the policy that it's not funded, or, to Mayor Bowen's point, make it clear in the policy that council might still consider these, but here's the avenue that you need to contact or apply to, and it will be determined by council, and if it's approved, then council will set
terms? I think what I'm hearing is the council wants loans put back into this policy. So between the policy writers and the CFO, we need to work out what does that look like.
Already in the current policy, it just needs to be tweaked to fit today's world, I think. Yeah,
Certainly didn't want to
plainly.
have specific interest rates and the like. They were tying us in knots. Yeah. Okay, so to be clear, is it the view of the committee to reinstate those loans as per the current donations and loans policy, but to remove the targeted interest rates? Am I hearing that correctly?
Yeah, finance comes up with something about 0.5 basis points above 90-day bill, or something that means we're way above our average cost of interest. I'm sure Andrea will figure it out.
And whilst we've got a few other items to discuss, am I correct in understanding that the committee's comfortable that we can draft that up and proceed to consultation on that point on that basis? It's not something that you need us to come back and check? Okay, cool. Appreciate the trust on that. That's good. Okay. Moving on, if I may,
Did you get what we were saying? Because before you were, I have no idea. I presume you did.
moving on, if I can, if everyone's comfortable with the loan side of things.
Double check everyone's comfortable with that, sorry. Yep, okay, nice.
Thank you very much. Right, next one, so Councillor Pye. There are a couple of points from you. So the first one around point 7 of the policy and point 17, if I'm reading this correctly. So grant, just the definition of grants and the like. So how we got to this point was through consulting the dictionary, and the dictionary told me that a grant was a conditional giving of money, whereas a donation was untagged. So that's how we removed donations and went for grants instead. In terms of the GST side of things, we did run it past John Lydiard. He's checked that and is comfortable with the GST side of things.
I'm not convinced. I googled the GST guide and you have a look in there and it's quite clearly would suggest the opposite.
I think what the policy is referring to is if someone applies for $1,000, that $1,000 is GST exclusive, you'd have to add GST on top of that.
Okay, yeah. Okay.
My interpretation.
That's why I wonder if the wording could be clearer by saying inclusive of GST, if any.
Yeah, and as you've noted, point 17, all funds are exclusive GST. Okay, so, oops, amazing. So point 7 would then be a conditional gift, inclusive of GST, if any. Okay.
You may want to check that with someone, but it's a common term used in real estate sale and purchase agreements and things like that.
Yeah, that's fine. I certainly won't be signing that off. Yes, yeah. Okay. The next one then, so this is, I think, to my point before around how we read one thing and councillors, etc., read another, which is very useful because that just means that we haven't been as clear as we intended. So it's possible to read the current policy as saying that all events that are funded are required to be alcohol-free. That's not our intention. So what we would suggest amending this to, this is 11IV, is simply saying that initiatives that promote unsafe public health behaviours such as excessive alcohol consumption or the consumption of tobacco or vape, etc., would not be funded. So to Naomi's point, we're not going to fund a pub crawl or something like that, but we don't, because that's not our core business. As elected members, you set the vision and the direction of the council, so there you go. But yeah, the intention there is not to restrict events that have that as an adjacent component of it. It's around the excessiveness of it, etc. So I hope that clarifies and makes it clearer. that was our original intention. We just didn't word it as clearly as.
So I'm happy with that, but then on page 7 of 9, you say that you'll fund smoke and vape-free events. So then do you need to not? Smoke-free, sorry, and vape-free events. So do you need to remove that? Because it seems a contradiction.
We just need to tidy it up to make it consistent.
So to make it clear, my thought process there was that smoke-free and vape-free, all events funded by council should be promoted as such, and that alcohol was sort of a underlying factor. If it was there, we're not going to say no, but you can't be advertising a big alcohol event.
And to that point, because I think that's your next point, Councillor Pye, was just around some of that smoke-free aspect. So council currently has a smoke-free policy that states, as point 7 of that policy, which I don't expect you to have in front of you, council-owned events will be run and promoted as smoke-free events. And point 8, council-supported or funded events will be required to meet smoke-free criteria in funding applications before funding will be granted. So then the question before the committee then becomes, what would that criteria be? And we're proposing that, we're saying that it's promoted as that, as smoke-free, and by extension, vape-free potentially.
Because at the moment, the application just says, is this a smoke-free event, yes or no? So that's if it says no, then I'm always, we're pretty strong on, well, is that sit with our values almost? So are you talking about changing that simple narrative?
I would suppose, just to get into the weeds a little bit more, it would depend on how the applicants and the committee are currently interpreting, is this event smoke-free? Because I'm sure that the various funding bodies are, at the moment would be funding events or initiatives that, people might smoke at, etc. It's not like an enforcement, there's not an enforcement side to it. So we're just suggesting here to specify that a little bit more clearly. But if you feel that it's appropriate to be more restrictive than that, then that's okay. But then the question becomes, like with the alcohol point, is there any unintended consequences as a result of that? And I wouldn't be aware of that, of the answer to that.
My vision on that is the application forms are changing to align with the process. So taking that question of is it smoke-free out and adding in it's encouraged that all, or mandatory, depending on which way we go, encouraged to be smoke and vape-free. So it's not so much of a tick box.
Yeah, I feel that is one thing I read is it a smoke-free event, yes or no? And if it says no, then the rest of the application is quite hard to follow, but I don't know, I suppose it's a stance we have. Just going back to the alcohol one, I wouldn't feel comfortable about the word excessive because I know how much I can drink, which is not much, versus someone else or other people. So I think responsible drinking is probably a better word than excessive, because that's
so it would be about whether you'd the Brews in the Bay, which we've given money, how would that go?
2 points on that. So firstly, Madam Chair, so you'd be thinking, so not supporting any events that encourage irresponsible alcohol consumption. Is that what you're thinking?
Well, we don't anyway. So
correct. It's about being clear around that. Yeah.
We're pretty good at being sensible about where we put the money, right?
Yeah.
But I just be careful of your wording, because excessive can be interpreted many different ways when it comes to that particular behaviour.
Absolutely, and fully acknowledging that in this aspect and other aspects of the policy, we don't have a hard and fast threshold, and we don't intend to. The idea is that there's a clear steer to the public as to the overall values and sentiment of the policy. To Councillor Booth's point around Brews on the Bay, my understanding is that that's funded via Venture Timaru, which have their own policy. It's not a grassroots community not-for-profit initiative, so therefore doesn't come under the scope of this policy. Yeah. Okay.
I was just wondering if, in terms of, you've obviously spoke to our licensing guys in terms of, because that's all about limiting harm and what have you, and there's some quite meaty stuff there around the regulation and what have you, so maybe something that is more legalese than just we don't promote the excessive or wrong or harmful use of alcohol. And even using the word harmful because it's in the legislation maybe or something. Yeah.
Is that okay for now in terms of the alcohol smoking side of things? Okay. And then Councillor Pye, your last point was, this is page 29 and 30 of the agenda, so the appendices of the policy. Some of those items, such as crafts and the like, your question was, are those examples? So yes, they're intended to be, and we can include it, they're core examples of what might fit within the purpose of that particular funding bucket. And Naomi has some thoughts around crafts for you. Yeah.
So it's based on previous applications, so Craft Expo, Craft Group, that sort of thing. So that's where that's come from, just so that it's not excluded, really.
No, that's okay. I was just more concerned whether they were the only things that could be funded or whether they were just examples.
So they're basically us saying, this is what we think is most likely to fit within this particular funding bucket. So we can make that clearer. Again, what makes sense to us who are involved intimately in the development of the policy isn't so clear to others. And thirdly, and this is the last bit of pre-feedback that I've received, unless I've missed anything, this is from Councillor Piddington. I had a conversation with him, so I'll narrate that if I may. So he wondered why there were different dates for funding rounds. For example, why are some April and September and others February and October, something like that. Yep. And the reason, his view was that it would be potentially clearer to the community if everything was aligned. The reason why they're currently slightly misaligned is mainly a resource perspective, so that there's currently one resource being Naomi, and as amazing as she is, there's a lot of work to go through the agendas, the applications, prepare materials, etc. So it's just that sheer volume of work, and otherwise, frankly, things would probably be slowed down unless additional resource was provided. And secondly, noting that there are some external funding bodies that the public have visibility of that don't align with those dates anyway. So even if all of the funding categories within this policy aligned, the public would still have a perception of misalignment because they see what's outside of this policy as well. So for those reasons, we didn't see it as being worthy of change. If I'll move on then. He had some thoughts on the quick response funding category. His view was, why limit to $3,000 per annum? He thought that what happens if there's more than 6? Our view was that was, number one, based on historical precedent, that there haven't been more than that number, and also providing that limit provided some assurance to the other members of the funding body, more than that number within a particular year, and having that limit, or having a limit at all, provided some assurance to the funding body that when they came to consider other applications, which were part of that entire funding bucket, that there wouldn't have been, an amount that was unclear that had been taken out that was no longer able to be used for other applications. So that was the idea behind that.
Question on that, because obviously that comes to me and I work with Naomi on that. I just thought this was new, that the purpose of this fund is to assist community with emergency or unforeseen circumstances. So to me that's new, because none of them that come to us now are emergency. So what is your rationale behind that one?
So I won't speak on behalf of myself, but the idea behind the quick response was that it's for applications that fall outside the normal timeframes of closing dates. So instead of having it, currently it's based on a mini version of the donations and loans structure. So it's about opening it up a bit more to other community events and emergencies, if there were emergencies where funding needed to be allocated in a hurry, but basically out that time frame is what we're focusing on.
Completely misinterpreted that. So, but I just wonder then if it needs to be more, the purpose of this fund is to assist community groups when they fall outside of a funding round. Because emergent to me is like, something's gone wrong.
I agree. I think it was based off a Christchurch City Council funding one, which is emergency, but did also allow to be open to emergencies for pastoral care sort of things if help needed to be given, that it wasn't so structured.
So would it be acceptable if we said emergency or unforeseen situations, or that fall outside of funding rounds, outside of normal funding rounds, providing that additional
Yeah,
flexibility?
Nigel, you have a fund
Yeah,
for
it's just a
emergencies,
small
don't
amount.
you?
There's 5, I think, or might be 3,000, we put it down, but per annum.
Yeah.
So I think there's advantage in having a clause in there, but what the wording is probably the key one, yeah.
I think outside the funding round would be good too, because that is the majority of what I've seen anyway in my.
And also to that, Madam Chairperson, we'll be doing a bit of work on the criteria around that, so that we although it may seem a bit broad, we'll be making sure that the assessment criteria is quite clear.
And Councillor Puddington's third question was around conflicts of interest, and I think we've already covered that. So after that very lengthy of you having to listen to me, I'll pause there for anything else that we haven't already discussed.
Just a couple of quicker, easier ones actually, Brendan. Point number 19 there, any unspent funds that are not spent for the approved purpose must be returned to council. Any unspent funds must be returned if they have not been spent within 12 months of receiving the money. Now, noting point 25, that if an initiative is deferred, I wonder if that should be pointed to in point 19, unless an application for deferral has been made. Something along those lines?
We can certainly provide that, written nod to it. We did try for a period of time to be a bit more specific in terms of, if something's deferred, how that relates to timeframes, etc. And where we eventually got to was that we were tying our hands effectively. So hence leaving it up to the funding body to have that discretion. But yeah, we're happy to add something there, noting point was 19, I think it was.
Because otherwise it's actually not quite accurate, is it, really? I understand what you're trying to say, but
yeah, if
5 doesn't say the same thing.
Yeah, could be fine.
And I just wonder, on the donation, community local event fund, so I'll just move down to that there, up to $10,000 per application. I wondered if that's something that needed to be reviewed, if that is still enough, if that's high enough, because local events, it would be easy to exceed $10,000 for a local event now, wouldn't it? And if it did, it doesn't come under one of these other opportunities from what I can read.
So that's where, Mia, were you going to...
Yep.
That's where Venture Timaru kick in. So Venture Timaru kick in for any events that are over $10,000, so we wanted to make it 5. We wanted to make it quite clear that we're not going to be funding ones that go to Venture Timaru as well and in the same sort of funding bracket.
Yeah.
That will need to be changed to 5.
So we deliberately had a little bit of an overlap because we noted that there might be some grassroots events that might not fall within the remit of Venture Timaru but might want up to $9,000 or something like that. So we deliberately had a bit of an overlap rather than just having a hard dollar cut off between us and Venture Timaru. That was, I think, something that came out of our discussions with Venture Timaru.
Yeah, it just feels like we just go around in circles on this, doesn't it?
The biggest problem we have is that we get a whole lot of event applications and there's no money for anyone else, for anything. Because it all gets sucked up in the events. That's why we've sort of been trying to dish it off the real purpose. So that's why we changed it to 5,000, because we just can't handle all those event applications in the little pot of money we have. So
I think you're better off to be really clear. It either fits here or it fits there. It doesn't fit both. And by having a different amount, that creates vagueness. I would move it to 5.
I have a few thoughts on that. My main thought is that might create some unintended consequences whereby there is a grassroots event that might want more than 5 but less than 10, but doesn't fit within the economic remit of Venture Timaru, because my understanding is that Venture Timaru is purely based around those economic drivers. And I would suggest that that's where the discretion of the funding body would come in to, say partially approve an application as opposed to approve the full amount applied for, etc.
I think we've just got to be clear, through you, Madam Chair, that you were not opening it up too wide. This is limited funding at what's 110K. So as soon as we start saying it's larger than life, it will become larger than life. I just would support keeping it at a maximum of 5.
Just through you, Madam Chair, I just noted one thing that I don't know if you've already discussed, and that is on page 28 or 29, Community Local Event Fund, up to 10,000 per application. And then the last bullet point in the third column says the overall cost of the event does not exceed 10,000. So that's sort of indicating we could fund the whole thing, potentially. But if we funded 10,000 and the event was costing 20, they'd be eliminated. Or is that what you're trying to get at with Venture Timaru? So just, they don't quite fit.
I can't speak to the detail of that because that's been something that Beth's been across. Naomi, do you have any thoughts on that?
I have the list of the last 2 years of events in front of me, and I would be surprised if any of them required $10,000 to run. My thoughts are that is also a bit confusing now that you've read that. So open to any suggestions to change the wording there and just to get a final on 5
none
or
of the
10.
none of the other categories have a limit, an overall cost limit. Only that one does. And you go, what value is that adding?
Move that, yeah. Okay, is there any further views on the 5,000 versus 10,000?
Effectively, that was my point, really, the overall cost, not up to how much they could borrow. So that's what Nigel says. Delete that line, it's done, yeah.
I think one thing about the cap on the size of the event is to keep it in that grassroots realm. Because say if you took that cap out, you could have someone applying for $5,000 for a $30,000 event. So it wouldn't be, although it wouldn't be the sort of the target of the event, which are those smaller things that probably do struggle to get major funders and sponsors.
An issue if it doesn't fit with Venture Timaru's?
My understanding is that Venture Timaru's funding is specifically targeted for economic events, attracting people from outside the district, etc., rather than the grassroots events. So I see that there might be a black hole that some larger grassroots events fall into, where we don't provide or up to enough for them, but they're not eligible for Venture Timaru. That's my concern.
Dora, could you join the table? We're just going to ask you a question. But Naomi, I thought if it might be helpful, can you read out 4 or 5 events that have currently been funded, just to give us a sense of what's funded and what hasn't? Oh, sorry, you had that in your hand, didn't you? So Dora, just to bring you up to speed, we're reviewing a new policy around, what are we called? Donations or grants, our community funding policy, sorry. And one of our categories is Community Local Event Fund, and at the moment it's proposed at up to 10,000 per application, but we're saying Venture Timaru's went down to 5. Remember, we reduced that. And now do we only go to 5, or Brendan's argument is that we have a bit of a crossover, but yours is more focused on economic return, isn't it? Or benefit, sorry, not return, benefit.
But not purely.
Beautiful.
But that when we went down to 5 as well, that was almost like a safeguard. Our events are predominantly funded between 10 to 50K, so they are the major ones. We do focus on the big economic drivers, but there are some community wellbeing events as well, like the Matariki Market.
can I very quickly? And sorry, and just to be clear, that's why I suggested an overlap might be useful to provide the members of the funding body with that discretion to look at the exact circumstances of the case so that there isn't a hard and fast cut-off.
I'll just go to Councillor Shannon.
Yeah, and this is where I get your overlap statement there, Brendan, because if we can go back a couple of hours today and we're talking about temporary traffic management, you could have a really small local event and $3,000 of your $5,000 event could be temporary, could be traffic management, and that's why I wonder that then the $10,000 is still more relevant for a small local event. You can still only apply up to 5,000 perhaps, but is the 10,000, is 5,000 enough for every small little micro event that doesn't necessarily have to be a VT funded event? That was my point.
There'll be other community funders that support this, or businesses. We're not the only funder of events, so we don't have to cover all costs. So there again, I would support bringing it back down to 5.
Okay,
Just-
so
We need to put a no cones policy just at the bottom.
right, so some of the previous funded events in the last 2 years are Christmas Parade, Temuka, Geraldine, Pleasant Point, Timaru Christmas Parades, Lunar New Year celebration, Festival of Roses, Get to the Point, Release the Music, Christmas at the Bay, have been, and local marae te ai Tarakihi events. So these are all ones that have been applied for, not necessarily successful. And yeah, so they're all parades, events, fairs.
I just wonder if we need to be a little bit more specific, either in the policy purpose or the scope, around what we fund and what we don't fund. And it's kind of there, but I just wonder, and I'm sorry I don't have a wording suggestion, but I just wonder if we can add something in there that makes it very clear that we're not funding big economic, profitable events.
So there's been work done on the application and the guidelines, and the policy was meant to be a higher level overarching, and then what we do and do not fund was sort of covered in the appendix, but also on the website and on the application forms, so it gets down right into that nitty-gritty.
Yeah, and I mean, to your point, Councillor Pice, under 8 it states, this funding provided for under this policy is prioritised for local, community and not-for-profit purposes. It's intended to allow recipients to, via the provision of grants, undertake initiatives for the betterment of the district and which enhance its wellbeing, opportunities and livability. So, I mean, by omission in some respects, at the moment it says we don't fund those larger for-profit economic events, but if there's a desire that we explicitly, to state that additional, then that is fine. Yeah. Where did we get to with the 5 or 10K?
We might need
Between
to
the
go...
mayor and the deputy mayor.
Yeah, and the mayor and the deputy mayor. We might...
Are we going to have a constitutional crisis here?
We might go to a vote, no. Jeez.
This goes out for public consultation,
Yeah, it
doesn't it?
does.
So
Yeah.
my recommendation is that we leave it at 10 and see what the feedback from the public is. Apologies.
I'll be submitting.
Mayor Bowen.
Right, I just have one more question. Oh, yes, go. Okay, you can revisit that in a minute. Mine was just point 19. I just wondered if there was a bit of inconsistency there with point 21. So any unspent funds that are not spent for the approved purpose must be returned to council. Any unspent funds must be returned if they have not been spent within 12 months of receiving the money. However, down below it says you need to put in your report within 2 months of the event. So there's that inconsistency I felt when I read that.
A completed report.
So the acquittal, or the whatever we call it, accountability, is due 2 months after the project completion, but that project completion can be up to 12 months. So if you have a project that's a year long and you're going to do your accountability after that, and some bump in the road in that 12-month period, that 2 months was a bit too short perhaps to know if it's like 4 shows or 4 somethings happening throughout the year. There could be that 2 months was a bit too small. Does that help at all?
That example that you gave, so it was 4 shows, well, you wouldn't put in your report to the end of the 4th show anyway. I think that's too long, 12 months. They shouldn't hold that money. We want it back, don't we?
So it would be, 12 months from receiving the money, not from it being closed.
Know what you've spent until the event has been. So once the event's been, you've paid for upcoming things for the event, and then you'll get your invoices the month after. So the month after that, you'll know what's left. And so you need that money back. That's very common in grant funding to get, it must be returned, unspent money, quickly.
You just define it down as to the scope of the event. It must be at the at the completion of the event. It must be, your return must be there within 2 months, as opposed to, so that could be a year if that's your threshold. But
Few applications would be for multiple events over a 12-month period. You're probably going to have a single, so it would fit within that 2-month period. I would say no problem.
My understanding is there wouldn't be many applications that extremer timeframe would apply to. So perhaps we could just simply say, returned within 12 months, unless council advises otherwise or provides an exemption or something like that, because you're waiting for those final receipts to come in.
You just have the money come back with the acquittal report.
2 months. It should all come back in at the same time, because otherwise Naomi can't close it out.
That then mean, sorry, I'm thinking on my feet here, would that then mean that at its extremity, we'd get the money back after 14 months? Or a maximum of 14 months?
No, so you've got your event, 1st of July. Your report is due on the 1st of September, so you're 2 full months. And your report is due back on how the event went, what the money was contributed to, and whatever's left, it comes back in with the report.
Just a separate example, because you're confusing me a little bit, sorry, but with, say, operational costs, if someone's applying for operational costs, so aside from events, and they're applying for the full 12 months of rent or administration costs, and then at the end of their 12 months, there's another 2 months before they have to report back. So I think that's where Brendan was getting 8 months from.
Yep. Question would be, how long are we comfortable for them to hold council's money, potentially unspent, awaiting the completion of the event before we require it back? That's separate to, the time frame that the acquittal must be provided for after the completion of the event.
I think there's anywhere in here that says we fund operational expenses or rent. So I don't agree with that analogy, because remember, we're all about initiatives and events, and so we've never funded personnel, operations, leases, rents. That's a very dangerous space to get into. We don't do that.
In the donations and loans in the community services section, it is for helping not-for-profit businesses. We do cover rent, we do cover operational administration costs, and that comes under a separate category, which is a community development fund, community organisations with a formal legal structure, not-for-profit organisations.
But that doesn't matter. The acquittal form is, if they got rent for 12 months, acquittal form is at the end of the 12 months, and if there's any funds left over, which is, in that case it won't be, because it would have got it right. So I think it's neither here nor there. I think it's more about the events.
I think it should stay at 2 months. It doesn't matter if it's run over a 12-month period. When that ends, the report and any unspent funds need to be returned within 2 months.
Okay, so to clarify, so we're removing 19 and then just
changing the word from have not been spent within 2 months of, not receiving the money of the event or whatever it is. Purpose,
Okay.
intended purpose.
Okay.
Gosh, this is taking a bit. Yes, councillor Pye, this is
Sorry, I just wanted to go back to the GST. So this is a fundamental change that you've gone from donations to grants, and they have different GST and tax purposes. So I think that needs to be made clear in the application, because if somebody's come along before and received a donation, and they think they're still receiving a donation, whereas in the background we've said that actually it's a grant, that could have some quite, for that entity, big implications. And so I just think in all of the other, supporting documents that you've got, you need to make that change clear. Because I know it seems like a minor thing here, but if you're a charity or a not-for-profit registered for GST and you got $1,000 last year, didn't have to pay GST on it, and this year you do, that could be quite substantial to them.
I would defer to Andrea or John or the like for that. I don't understand the implications of that.
Sorry, so my point is I think you need to do a wee bit more homework on the GST part of it and make sure it is clear, because there is a difference between a donation and grant for both GST and income, how it's treated by the receiver.
Happy to go away and get that information. Yeah, I'm happy to go away and get that information. All I can say to you for today is that John had reviewed the policy and that it was in line with what's in front of you now and didn't flag that as an issue. So I'm not aware of what that means or anything that is being missed or if there's a misunderstanding. Yeah.
Jess, you talked to Andrea and the CE.
Okay, team, any further questions? Ellen, would you like to ask any questions? Right. Okay, so I think Brendan, Naomi and Stephen, we're on option 2, aren't we? So, it's up there. Amend the draft community funding policy for so amend it to the
And perhaps for us to go away, amend it as we understand to be the case based on the discussions today, and then perhaps for you, Madam Chair, to be able to sign that off.
That's fine. I'm happy to review that, and if everyone is comfortable with me. Yes, perfect. Thank you. Okay, so I'm happy to move that. Could I have a seconder, please? Thank you, Councillor Shannon. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Well done. We got no more policies today. That was a... Yeah, it was. Right, okay. So now moving to 8.3, Agintyre House Gallery Seismic Upgrade Project. Stephen, are you going to lead that? Oh.
And members of the Community Board. So this is a receive and note paper. Matt is actually away overseas, so he would normally speak to this. So I stood in for him. And just quickly going through the normal process, the discussion information there. To note the post-tension stress rods, which we had some questions on, were all successfully implanted and tightened, so no issues there. And following on, we are now very close to the conclusion of the project, and I'm expecting early next week that we'll get confirmation, and we'll be looking at a final walkthrough at the end of October, which will also include the sign-off report from the contractual arrangements within that. So we will come back to you with a more in-depth report in November or at the next standing committees. And I think they've broken this in half in regards to receive a note, also the update on the HVAC lift and accessible toilet elements of the refurbishment part. And there were some questions noted, but I'm happy to take some questions now and then go back to those, or go straight to those questions that were tabled.
Just had one question, point 6, Nicole, around The gallery house will require approximately 1 month of stable recorded environmental data. I just wondered if you could explain to me what that is. I haven't heard that before.
No, and actually that is quite new to me too, and Matt had gone away overseas by the time I sat and read that, but yes, there you go.
So this is regarding the collection care, so that the plant is safe for the artwork to be in the house gallery? Yeah, so...
Like probably Nicole, environmental impact assessment, which is done at the start. So I was thinking, what? That's interesting. But okay, so you just let it be in its own space, gather a bit of dust, and then you can put up your
hopefully
your
no dust, but just manage the temperature and humidity control, and make sure that everything's working to standard.
There you go. Thank you very much.
And I just wondered to Nicole, point 7, just some other things I thought would be important and helpful for the report and other councillors is extension of time claims and variations to be reviewed. So just add that in there, because I think we've asked for that across other projects, roading, whatever. So it'd be quite handy to have that in there too.
Absolutely, yes. So the detailed report back, there'll be 2 sides to that. There'll be the contractual obligation side that we will report on, and that's a normal close-out process. And then there will also be a report, as per some of the questions, the scoping process, learnings, tender process, namely feedback from applicants, etc., and some of the key learning takeaways and what we could do differently, and then the final report. There is a bulk of information. As you're aware, this project has spanned 7 years. There's an awful lot of detail. So what we might do is capture some of that early information. And going back, there were reports in April 22 with some detail about the gallery and timelines. Then Nigel Ingram, in his tenure, we received a tender estimate for the design and refurbishment. It was quite detailed. Excuse me, sorry. Hamish then handed the project across via Nigel to myself and Matt, and then we did a very in-depth work through of everything in that report, which I can table, which I don't think members wouldn't have seen, but there's an awful lot of detail here, where we broke the project up into the seismic strengthening, the heritage works, additional maintenance works, fit-outs, and then had a look at how we could prioritise. So we'll put all of this information, which will be part of the learnings, in that final report.
I think that's great for you guys. I don't think we need all that. I think we only need to know what the 3 million, to be honest.
So we'll put an executive at the front of that, and maybe that's the executive anybody wants to dive. We'll bring you the executive cover, and then details on the costings and the breakdown of where all of the income and the project funds were allocated, and where we got that from, and then what has been spent.
Okay. Yeah. Does anyone have any further questions to that particular part before we move to the HVAC stuff? Councillor Pye, no, you look like no. Okay, so we can move to Nicole, point 12.
Yes, so HVAC, accessible toilet, exactly. So we've, you approved in a previous meeting that we go into some of the reserve project budget, which was the allocation after the seismic works. And HVAC is undergoing some final pricing and review with the supplier. There's been no increase in the price expected, so Matt did update me on that. The lift design has recently been approved by Heritage New Zealand, which was really good. So that will be internal within the building. So it was good to get that okay. And then also the toilet accessible renovation. Of those elements, as we said, the final works will be completed, and we are looking at doing these after that, providing that there's no disturbance to the gallery. And if there are any of those components down the track that council feel we should put aside or not do, then we can revisit those. Yeah.
Okay, and I think just in that final report, I think there's a date that was going to come. I think we haven't seen the Rawlinson's cost report since probably early July, so it'd be great to include that in there too.
Absolutely. I just received one this morning, so it was too late to bring to this meeting, but I can actually circulate that if anybody would like to have a look.
I think in the November report would be fine.
Okay. We'll do that.
Okay, nice work. Any further questions, team? Yes?
Just a quick one. So, like, once the HVAC system and the lift toilets have been done, do we then have to go through another 1 month period of stable recorded environmental data? Is that required after that? We just go,
looking at
just open the
Cara
doors
for
as soon
that
as
question.
it's finished. Just seems to be long stand-down periods, that's all.
I think those works will happen post the House Gallery opening. So I think they're planned in the new year, and there is a date set for the end of mid-December to open the House Gallery to the public. Yeah.
And I take from that there isn't any more settling work to do, so the House Gallery will be open and we will do that work after, and there should be no disturbance, but certainly we would work in with the staff, and if there was any issues, we'd note that straight away. Yeah.
Sorry, just for clarity, the lift is not in the new refurbished bit, because won't that unsettle your environmental status?
Yes.
Yeah.
And the timing of the lift, because it has to actually be manufactured and sent to us, then we'd have to have another conversation with Cara and the team as to what would be the best way to actually install that lift in any time or downtime, and especially over the winter, that we may actually be able to, we may have to close temporarily whilst that lift is installed. But if everything's timed, it may just be the actual installation. The lift comes pretty much pre-packed, ready to go. It's just the installing of the shaft and the lift into it.
Can't be carried out between now and Christmas, obviously.
No, we won't have the lift in time.
Okay.
No.
Our papers too, just slight changes. It didn't quite have that the Community Services Committee receives and notes the progress report, and also that we receive and note the Community Service report with regards to the HVAC lift and accessible toilet project. So just a slight amendment in our papers for that. What's up there now? Oh, sorry, I'm not very good at it. Okay, as that said. Happy to move that. Seconded by Councillor Booth. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried.
Thank you, everybody.
Team, moving to 8.4, Community Services Group Update Report, and I presume, Stephen, you're going to handle that?
Yep, I can speak to this one. It's a busy time of year for community services, and it's just going to get busier as we move into the summer season and we suddenly become running one pool to running 5 over the course of the thing. The school holiday programmes are running at the moment, and as usual they are providing a great service to relieve parents who are thinking of something for the kids to do for 2 weeks over the period. The recruitment for the summer pools, and Mike can speak to this if he wants more detail, but the recruitment the first weekend went quite well, by all accounts, so we're looking good for this time. As per always, there will be some stresses at the end of the summer holidays when all the students go back to school and university, so they'll probably be running an off-peak timetable again in the district pools for that one, but they will move staff around where needed. The gym has peaked at 1,500 members, because my wife was member number 1,500 apparently. Aorangi Stadium is absolutely bustling at the moment. It's booked out every weekend of September, October. And the amazing team in customer services and the service centres have done nearly $1 million worth of rates rebates, which makes a massive difference to people working on limited and fixed incomes. Other than that, there's a treasure trove of things to go into, but those are the ones that I noted. Any questions?
What's the threshold, Stephen, for those 1,300 people to receive a rebate?
The amount, I think $780 coming back to them from memory.
Based on income, what's their income threshold?
58,000 I think it is.
58,000?
Yeah.
So if they earn below that, which would be most super annuitants, wouldn't it?
Yep.
Right.
There's other factors such as savings and things that go into the model to work it out for people. That's good. Do we know, is that up versus last year's? Do we know? Is there more people getting rebates?
I think it is. Well, they've taken a different approach in the last year or so, that they've been posting out the forms to known customers at the time of the rates coming up. So
Yeah, no, that's good.
I feel like too we've been more active at communicating it too, haven't we? Which has, I think, been really beneficial to the community. Yeah. I just have a couple of quick questions. One, who was on the quiz night team? Because clearly we don't want them on our multicultural if the result was terrible.
No,
I'm not going to name. Oh, those two at the back.
The corporate,
right.
the corporate and comms team definitely didn't do very well at all.
Not you two, right. And also, don't want to open up a can of worms, but I presume our awesome community boards were supportive of the anticipated opening hours for our district pools.
I minuted the Geraldine meeting, and they were
okay,
reasonably happy with it.
Nice. Okay, any further questions? No? Okay, so we can receive and note the community services update report. Me and Nigel's going to move it, and I'm happy to second it. All those in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. Thank you, Stephen. There is no urgent business items, no minor nature matters. So I am happy to close out the meeting at 10 to 3. Thank you. Yeah, I'm happy to. Thanks, Steve. Oh, yeah, I've got it.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. And I'll pass this over now to when you're ready. Please allow. Apologies. It's got the apologies. The apologies. You got the apologies saying. And the line. Tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome to the Commercial and Strategy Committee meeting, 8th of October. So we'll crack on here. There's not much in the papers, so we'll call for apologies. I have Stu Piddington, Anna Lyon. Any other apologies? And Gavin has moved on, thank you. I'll move those a second. Thank you, Your Worship. All those in favour? Against? So moved. I have no public forum, and I have had no notification of items of an urgent business or a minor nature. Calling for conflict of interests. Thank you. Chairman's report. So, since our last meeting, various council meetings, citizenship ceremonies, audit and risk, Hall of Fame ceremony with Georgia Miller, LGNZ Zoom for NZSIS threats report, Rangi Stadium Trust meeting, which was the finalisation of that trust and handing it over to Council. Thank you very much. And I'll move that a seconder, please. Thanks you, Councillor Booth. All those in favour? Against? So moved. Moving to point 7, confirmation of minutes. Minutes of the Commercial and Strategy meeting held on the 27th of August 2024. I'll get someone to move that. Councillor Parker and Councillor Booth. Any discussion in relation to that? None. All those in favour? Against? So carried. Moving on to our reports, and we'll go to the action register 8.1 on page 13. Yep, there you go.
So we've got 3 items on the actions register here. The management plan for the reserve was handled as part of the infrastructure committee. Roads plopping and closure costs. Susie spoke to that in infrastructure as well to some degree. I'm not sure why it's in this one. But as said, she's identifying those on a quarterly basis and reporting to the Ministry of Transport. So there'll be some clarity on that. And they are moving towards that risk-based traffic management model. The last we're proposing to close off the Prime Port grant one as it was discussed at the last Community Services Committee on 27th of August.
Any discussion in relation to those? We're sort of doubling up on that, road stopping and closures.
I think we're confused on that. I still think it relates to the Mitre 10 building and the actual closing and stopping of a road permanently. But I agree, take it off the list.
So the discussion from that one, I recall, was that that Mitre 10 did bear the cost of stopping that road. Cool.
Very good. Okay, so that's basically update of the actions register. Someone like to receive a note there. Thank you. Councillor Pye, Councillor Shannon. All those in favour? Against? So carried. Now let's get into the meatier parts of this business. I have no considerations of an urgent business or a minor nature, and we have no public forum and no PX. So with that, I'd like to call the meeting at 7 minutes to 3. Thank you very much.
Welcome everyone. We're all good, Stephen? Brilliant. So welcome workshop with Venture Timaru. Great to have you all with us. Thanks for making the time. We are live streamed, just to note that point, which is great. So should we pass to you, Nige, to lead off, and then we'll just have a collaborative afternoon. Thanks.
Thank you, Your Worship. Afternoon, everybody. Thanks for the opportunity to pop in with my chair and fellow board members, Logan Hannafin, our other board members, and apologies. So, and of course, we have our two council representative board members who have switched hats from council to board. I'm not sure which one, but they'll wear them both well. This is really, we've sent through the presentation. I'm not going to go through it line by line. Happy to field any questions as we step through it, but it's just that formula around looking back on the 24, and then obviously we have one, we had one earlier in the year looking forward, but we talk a wee bit about that as well. So, wrong button. The first one there is, it's really just, it's not telling you anything you probably don't already know. The last 12 months, you know, we've traditionally had a pretty steady local economy. Last 12 months we've been affected as much as, or as much as everyone else. We've had a bit of a glip down. It's hit through in that retail, manufacturing, primary sector, but also construction, professional services, etc. And it's the same things, those higher interest rates, cost of living pressures, job security, deterioration, unemployment rises, etc. What it has done is deferred some expansion growth plans for some businesses. And then the contrast to that is obviously the Fonterra, Studham, and then the Barker's expansion. They're both exceptions to that, but they've both been committed to and been worked on for more than probably the last 24 months. So in recent times, obviously Friday week ago, big news locally hitting us around the pending Smithfield closure. And as has been widely reported, we can't predetermine the outcome of that, but we've got to hope for the best, but definitely expect the worst. So we're planning for the worst, which is that blow of, it's really 500 to 600 jobs, 180 of that 600 come off in April, of which 100 have already got a job as well, which is, which gives us some cause for some optimism as well. Labour market, those stats, that 4.1, sorry, should read 3.7 as per the next slide. So that gives you a bit of an indication. We've come from that 10-year low unemployment. We've traditionally had a really low unemployment rate here of 2.8, bearing in mind full employment's about 3.5, up to a 10-year high in basically 12 months to 3.7 it is, not 4. Apologies for that. Looking forward, you know, we like to look at it and go, because of that diverse and resilient economy that we've got, we will be last to the tougher economic times party, and hopefully we're the first one to go home and be respectful of our parents' wishes, getting us home early from the party. But so look, the year ahead, there's still some pain to be had, no doubt. I just noticed one of the banks has reduced some interest rates ahead of the announcement tomorrow as well. So we're starting to see some of that interest rate relief come through as well. Traditional summer lift, everyone tends to come out of hibernation a wee bit. And as is on the next page under those key economic monitors, our consumer and visitor spend has actually been very strong. Notably, August was a bit of a glip that was reported, but that year on year, June to June, our consumer and visitor spending has outpaced New Zealand's, which I'll show on the next slide. Estimated dairy payout at the time of writing this was up about 10 mil, slightly more, so some positives there as well. And one interesting one is that our residential consents as at June 24 of that quarter was the highest it's been for over a year as well. So we're hoping that's not a glip either. But so yeah, some good with some bad, but you know, we still remain in a pretty strong space with that diversity of our economy holding us in pretty good stead. The monitoring indicators, again, we are reporting to our KPIs as per our 23-24 SOI, which finished in June. Those are the 4 or 5 high-level ones there. GDP, we have taken a hit again. We were ahead of the game for those 2 to 3 years post-COVID, but we're a bit late to that party, so we have taken a hit. We're down, our GDP growth's down about 1.3 compared to the rest of New Zealand. Unemployment, I've touched on that. And the visitor consumer spend, those are the big ones there. You can see that 12 months to the end of June, 7.1% growth versus New Zealand 4, and consumer 6.4 up versus New Zealand 1.9. They're pleasing, and the key for us is really just to keep on top of that stuff and just making sure that we're doing everything we can, both to encourage our locals to spend local, obviously, but importantly, just keep those visitors coming through the turnstiles on our district boundaries. So that figure under visitor spend as at September 23, some figures were put out that actually put us 4th out of 31 regional tourist organisations in New Zealand. Our spend 122% of what it was at September 19 levels, which is pretty good. So.
It's a shame actually that young Charles has left. You know, Charles Carsbrook, Te Mika Community Board Chair, owns the pottery shop.
Yep.
In Te Mika.
Yep.
And he was telling me about a marked increase in the number of tour buses that are stopping there, more than he's ever seen before. And the discussion was that instead of turning off just a number of them at Geraldine nowadays, Oamaru has become quite the destination. And of course, the South Canterbury is the halfway point for the toilet stops and what have you. So we also need Oamaru to do even better and better and better to keep them coming that way. I just thought that was interesting.
Really interesting point. I noticed you raised it once Councillor Oliver had left the room as well, so you already told him, and rightly so. But yeah, look, a really valid point. We're starting to see those. It's an interesting mix, I suppose, of those international visitors coming through now, as opposed to the, quite significant through the Asian market. So yeah, we're heading into obviously our traditionally busy summer period here as well, both for domestic and international.
So just one other thing, Nige, you've got the Timaru Housing Medium 105. Is that the household, how much they're earning per household?
Yeah, that's the medium wage. It's based on the median wage for a male between the age of 30 and 40 and 50% of the median wage for the female in that space.
Okay, yep, thank you.
Yeah. Yep. Our median wage is actually higher than, on that basis, is actually higher than Dunedin's. The strategic priorities in there around the aspirational plan, the work has been done, and behind that we were due to ignite and launch that publicly Friday week ago, which has been deferred for some obvious reasons. We've engaged very strongly with Southland around the process that they have completed for theirs. We had a leadership hui underway on the 5th of November, and then further engagements and consultations. So if you remember that piece of work we got Benji to do now, that was really just that desktop, let's start the conversation. What does it actually look like? Nothing is set in stone. We can't predetermine anything until such times we get out and speak to our community as well. So I know some have hung on the 75,000 by 2050. It is very much we're looking at an aspirational plan for 2050 and beyond. Maybe 75, it may be 90, it may be 60, and everything in between. But we need to understand what those key foundations are. To give you an example, Southland, those of you may be aware, Southland's plan was based on a foundation of people, economy and environment, and then the key enablers that sit around that, which is what the work plans were associated with, were housing, workforce, energy, data, and the regulatory environment. So, but that work is all set to head underway, and I had a good conversation with the Mayor a week or two ago around this, and we just need to sort the right time to get it out there, being sensitive obviously to what's going down with Smithfield. Diversity of housing stock, the Future Housing Needs Survey has been completed. We're just in the final throes of analysing that data and to making that public, getting it into council and to the SLT. The inner and near city living project, again, aware, Councillor Jackson's aware of this, Councillor Piddington and some others, and you all are, I think. We're just finalising that document or that project as well. So that's all about inspiring and exciting more inner and near city living. And then the ongoing engagement with some of these developers that have got a variety of residential developments of different shapes and sizes underway throughout the district, not just in Timaru. People attraction, it's an ongoing thing for us. The next slide shows some of that updated resource that we have there, visitor guide, the showcasing, welcome to Timaru, those sorts of things, the online toolkit, making sure it's all freely available for our businesses and helping to attract the staff that they need. And it's not $47,000, sorry, it's 47,500 people, 2.7% growth since 2018, but still we need more people. So average age there, you'll see there 44.6 in the data that's just been released versus 38.1, and it's going north, as we all are well aware. That just gives you a wee bit of overview of some of the updated info that we have got. Under review, the total package, which is the business attraction information memorandum. So we've got the new business development manager that's started, where we're going to ramp up our activities in that business attraction space in this current year. Tawera was a star in our latest workforce video, which is out and about, and some of the other publications there as well. So, bit of a note of thanks from some of the parties that that actually came from the manager, not the owner of Spates Ale House. I'll just point that out in the middle. Completely unsolicited as well. So, but just gives you a bit of a feel for some of the appreciation of some of the work we do with some of the parties out there as well. Some of those other achievements through the course of that year, the Traders one was a big one for us, the Kaylee Bell concert, cruise ship. We're just waiting on the final figures through. They continued delay getting those through from the final cruise season that are collated by an entity called Clear. But we estimate that last season to at least be around that 5 million mark for benefit. Sorry about that flicking, it's not me on the screen. And looking forward, the big new tennis tournament, the Mayor needs to improve his backhand, I think, in the picture. But he's got a few months to work on that. And then just some of the other bits and pieces through there. Pathways Breakfast, SCOF last year, that we're talking last year. But again, most recently, huge success and great feedback from all those involved. So, financial performance, sorry about how small that is on there, but you have it on your... we've given some explanation behind those variances there. Our income from local government, that relates purely to the Making It Happen, that inner and near city living project that we've worked with your infrastructure team on. Central government funding and service delivery, there's some non-recurring large contracts that we've had, the largest being the Regional Apprenticeship Initiative. We're at the tail end of passing that funding through, and also some one-offs in relation to a central government grant towards the driver simulator, but the ongoing contract with My Next Move as well. And then from an expense perspective, obviously, what comes in looks to go out. Yes, our surplus there of about 80,000 in the last year, when it all boils down, that's actually almost all taken up by the allocation or the administration allocation through the Regional Apprenticeship Initiative, which was in its last full year last year. That's our finances. And our HR, as I pointed out there, we had 3 roles that are at various states of vacancy through the course of 2023. and they were all full-time through 2024, so that's the reason why we haven't had massive increases in staff salaries or anything like that at all. It's just that they've actually been employed for the timeframe that we need them to be employed. 24, 25, I've touched on it. Big efforts from us in this business attraction space. All those pieces of the jigsaw are on the table now to make sure that we under-promise and over-deliver, or over-promise and over-deliver in that space, making sure that all those pieces of the jigsaw that when we attract a business here, we can deliver on. Working closely, obviously, with TDHL, now that we have that 20 hectares of shovel-ready heavy industrial land. Investment into the region, working with the 2 applications at the moment locally in relation to that. Towards 2050, I've touched on there, and that housing diversity around just implementing making it happen, ensuring that we have more inner and near city living, not only in Timaru, but also further afield as well through the district. Enhanced KPIs, the SOI for the current year has more quantitative and accountable KPIs in there as negotiated or as discussed and agreed with council through the last 6 months leading into the start of our year in July. Clear focus in on those economic enablers we touched on, and collaboration with near neighbours, enhancing the partnership we have with our colleagues through Mackenzie, Waimate, Waitaki across that economic development and visitor lens as well. And that is it. Sorry, I zipped through it, but I was aware that you'd already seen it, and we're more than happy to field any questions. Oh, my apologies. I sent it in and understood it was distributed to you all.
No, that's right. No, it's not lined in our hub. But that's okay. It means we were...
Apologies for zipping
it means we were
quickly then.
That's, yeah. That's why we were so attentive.
Right, thanks very much. See you next year. My sincere apologies. Sorry, I got it in last week and understood it was distributed
No,
to you
that's
all.
all right. It's got lost underneath it. That doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll grab it. No, that's right. We'll get it sent around. Question, the unemployment numbers don't include job seeker, do they? So job seekers over and above the 3.7%. Is that correct? So job seeker...
I actually think it is included.
I think it's included.
Yeah.
Okay.
I can clarify that. My understanding has always been that they have been included.
Okay.
Because they're still...
Yeah, well, that's what I think it should be, but I've never known.
Yeah.
Yeah. Some clarity would be great.
Yeah, I'll come back to you
Interesting
on that,
point.
sure.
So around the business development manager, what does that look like for the next year? Obviously, the individual's just started, it's early days. But what is a stepped approach to that sort of look like?
It really is a full-on full court press around business attraction. So that's amplifying the unique selling points we've got around our central location, all that stuff that makes us tick, and being probably as predatory as we've ever been in that space. I think that's, if I can use that term, but really getting out there. We've had some challenges, I suppose, in the past around having that shovel-ready land, making sure that we can get all those services and that these entities need. And I'm not just talking, large, heavy industrial, but businesses of all shapes and sizes. So business attraction campaigns being finalised as we speak. We're going through that, the business information memorandum that we've utilised for 3 or 4 of them in recent times, making sure that that's fit for purpose. Also making sure that there's more prominence on our website, taking the lead of some others, not just nationally but internationally, around amplifying and really getting out there why businesses should be here, what type of businesses should and could be here, both aligned but also new industry as well. So And the 2050 part will play a wee bit in that as well, because one of the things we're going to be talking to our, especially at the leadership hui, but also our wider community as well, it's all well and good playing to our strengths, but what are those businesses and industry sectors that we could and should have here? You know, if you, I think Chair Tony uses the example, if you spoke to someone in the Maihea Peninsula, you know, 30 years ago and said they'd have rockets shooting off the end of that, they probably would have laughed at you. So it's those things as well.
And you might have already thought about this, but, you know, in talking with some individuals around the business community, the likes of a Scott McCauley, won't mind me using him as an example, but, you know, he's out there anyway with their business. How do we align to those sorts of ones?
Yeah.
You know, he's up in Hastings, Napier, those sorts of areas.
Yeah.
Be seeing businesses that potentially could be here. How do we work that relationship so we can tag into what's already potentially happening?
I think it's enhancing, you know, making sure that those resources are readily available to those ambassadors, I'll call them, of the district, which is over and above the Timaru by the numbers stuff that we put out on a quarterly basis, but it's all those other resources so that they've got the sermon, for want of a better term, in their pocket, so that when they are talking to these businesses saying, well, Scott Shannon Food Processor, you need to be here, or, you know, whatever.
If I can just update that the last couple of weeks I hosted TDHL and the Chamber in a meeting, which I think might have been the first, to really clarify that the three of us need to work together. That we might be three different entities, but we need to work together more. So hopefully those that, and it was the chairs and the CEOs that I brought together for that, because we can't do it on our own. We need those intel from those other people and those organisations. That we need to network a lot more to make sure we don't miss any beats, and we're only a phone call away with what's going on. So, and you've received an invitation to bring those three together to a meeting with yourself and the CEO.
Sorry, final question for me, and then I'll hand over. More for Di. This is probably this is more on Scotty's point about the Oamaru thing. And although I'm normally listening to the Breeze, from time to time I go to one of Scotty's favourite radio stations, News Hub. And I have heard they seem to be quite you know, out there as far as their promotion in that regard. And of course they refer to Oamaru past Timaru in their marketing, which I just find fine. But do you know anything about that or comment on that? Is it effective, or why are they
Well, I
effective?
would argue that we're out there as well. It's just that we notice other people, and sometimes we get a bit sensitive to other people. We're noticing, I was at a meeting where some Tourism New Zealand people were out in the last couple of weeks, and Tourism New Zealand are now having an active campaign, because they've been instructed to go to the regions. So we're noticing that people are doing the coastal route, and when I was talking to some agents who are bringing international groups through New Zealand as a whole, they're going, okay, we're going into Christchurch International Airport, we're going through the middle, and we're coming up the coast. So that's when we say stay the night. And one of the really key things for us about staying the night here is the penguins. God bless the penguins, because they come out at night. So they have to stay the night to see the penguins. And as daylight saving kicks in, it gets so late. And we do have a decent penguin colony here, and it's free. So you can get your 150, 200 people a night down there watching the penguins, which is awesome. So we're getting more traction, and, you know, all the time we're getting more traction on that. But specifically, Tourism New Zealand are also promoting the regions. They're promoting the coastal route, and people are internationals are actively looking to go somewhere different, because they may have been to New Zealand before and seen Queenstown and Wanaka and the inland places, so now they're looking elsewhere. So we're trying to capitalise that on as much as we can. And things like increasing the number of Qualmark products that we have, which are products that are assessed by Tourism New Zealand's offshoot to be of quality and of enough substance that they are worthy of being promoted internationally. So when we started as an RTO in 2020, the last one who used to be Qualmarked was Tiana. They had walked away from it. They weren't sure there was value. Now they're a gold Qualmark, and we have got something like about 14 now, excuse me, and about 4 pending as well. So they're now seeing that we're on the map, absolutely. So we're there.
Our penguins are definitely better looking than the ones down in and more on task, those Dozie's ones down in Waitaki there.
Just on that, can I also make a comment? I just want to commend Council on the adoption of the active transport strategy this morning. We've worked really closely with Susie and the team, especially around the opportunity for cycle tourism, but also their community connector routes as well. And I take the point, I was listening in this morning, Councillor Pye, when you spoke about the point-to-point and having the, as in not point to Pleasant Point, but point-to-point. Our approach very much, especially great to have the one from here right through to Tekapo, but ensuring that we connect into those communities, but also the loop back. So making sure that it's not just a point-to-point, we actually have that loop. And we have a very unique selling proposition, I think, for our cycle trails. And as that network evolves over a period of time, it's really quite exciting.
Just on that, even having 5, one-day biking trips is
Yeah.
good. So even what we've got through the scenic, out to the lighthouse and back up and round is a really good trip. And if we had kind of 5 of them within the region, you can come and base yourself here and do do the lot of over 5 days.
We already do.
Yeah, I know, but just promoting that more.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So-
It's active.
Yeah.
So one real plus, and I appreciate through the adoption this morning was 50,000 coming into us. That was originally in the plan, I think, close to 150. We have already progressed the cycle or the base model that Di and the team have put together, which is that draft, broken into the areas, the Geraldines, the Temukas, the points, etc. as well. So that small amount of money, and we won't spend the 50, I can guarantee you that, but it will enable that to be digitised, but also enhanced and brought through into the Timaru Trails app as well, so that each of them have those specific access. And I know Councillor, Geraldine Oliver asked the question around pamphlets. It's still, both of them are still needed and wanted by our communities. So we're making sure that mix is in there as well. So.
How do you get those maps into those trials? Because this was on the Temuka Community Board strategic plan, and around the Temuka Township, the maps are out of date. There's been extensions. I ran into a couple that were at the camping ground, and they go, "Where do you go?" And I'm kind of like, "Well, in that direct," but then it's very confusing. So, you've got your trail maps, but if we want to walk one and map it, can then we just send that to you and you'll upload it on the trails? Or how does that kind of work? Because we're talking about having a big sign and a couple of key points in Temuka where you can just hit a QR code and you can get either a 10K trail, a 3K trail, or
Yeah, essentially, yes. Yeah, give us the information, we can do it. Yep.
Form, or do you have to use, like if I use Map My Run or Google Maps or something and then just send it to you and you can load that up, or?
Don't know.
So the long story short there is we've got that base, more than happy to add to it, but we're ahead of the game in terms of getting that stuff out there. And just on that, I would encourage you, if you don't already, with the greatest respect, everyone around the table or everyone in the room, that if, please follow us if you're on Facebook on the We Love Timaru, and also download that Timaru Trails app, and also the Roam app as well, which is the one that goes around the loop of that we've worked closely. Roam
Loop.
Yep, the Roam Loop.
So that's the collaboration with our neighbours, but we've always led it. So we're just doing a bit of a refresh on that one at the moment too.
What's the uptake on can you track usage of the likes of the All Trails and that? Do you know?
Yeah, the good thing about all that digital stuff is the usage is really easy to track. So we can also get analytics on the trails, all the Timaru trails, Geraldine trails, whatever, everything like that. We can get anything at any time. So we're just, again, going through an update process of that too at the moment, with the start of the new season, just making sure it's relevant. And the question for us was the cycle trails at the moment, and we need to go and talk to a few people, is that do we do it within that app, which we already have, which we're already paying for, so then we're not paying for extra money for things, or do we do it separate? I don't know. I don't know the answer yet.
Can you do are you allowed, is it illegal to do, or does it have the ability to do a push notification so you can just remind people that they've got it?
I don't know on that app, actually. I guess, I mean, what we do, like you may have seen if you're followers of We Love Timaru on Insta or Facebook, they've been highlighting trails generally, and we've had really great engagement on that over the sort of August, September, because we were looking for what could we do that might attract people. So lots of, and throughout the whole of the district, and we got lots of engagement on that, and then linking them through to where they could find out more information through our website and things. So, and that would be something, Michelle, that you can, that you can work on. So Michelle's just found a new trail that's just gone on for Temuka.
Impressed by how fast it appeared on the website because it's only really just been finished in the last week or two.
Yeah.
So this is
That's the power of who you know.
Yeah, a time for Bed Little Kiwi that the Temuka Community Board and mainly Nick Nimmo's been working on. That's a design for children, but I'll encourage you all to do it, around the Temuka domain. And it's, looking for signs and following around and really, really cool. Yeah. Featuring artwork by our local Bob Derrick. So.
Questions on the other side of the table? In the middle? Yeah, sorry, yeah, I'll focus in the middle. All good?
I'm following. I said check to make sure I was, but I am.
Yeah, which councillors are, which aren't. No, that's cool. Anything further from you guys? Oh, yeah, anyone? Yeah.
I just probably make the comment that, well, I really support what we're doing with the trails and the penguins and that sort of thing, but actually tourism actually only makes up about 7 or 8% of our GDP. So we've got to make sure that while it's really important that we focus on that to some degree, but it's the other businesses in our community that really make up our GDP most. So more growth in those areas are going to be more important going forward. And agriculture at the moment, I guess, is on a bit of a high. Dairy prices are good. Even lamb prices have come up. Wool, I don't think will ever come up, but the beef market's pretty good. So overall, the agricultural sector's pretty good. And if you have a look at our GDP growth over many years, it's pretty closely followed the milk fat payout. So I suspect the GDP growth for next year, without us doing anything, is actually going to be an improvement. The challenge for us as a board is to what are those other big industries that we really need to bring into this region. So that's a focus of our board, and we haven't lost focus of that. But yeah.
I think that's great. Thank you. Really appreciate that. Thanks for all the hard work that's been going on. Yeah, and thank you for our continuing catch-up. It's really good. No worries. Appreciate that.
You've got some questions we can't answer, or it may be that there are some, might prompt more questions than answers. We can go away and work on that, and because ultimately it's just introductory. I'm also aware that I've been told that we have a relatively hard finish of 4:15, so because of the next workshop, so we'll keep that in mind. All good. I'll just power on unless someone interrupts me, is that okay? Okay, cool. So in terms of the contents, that's why I mentioned before, we'll go over a little bit about what freedom camping is, because it is a little bit technical and has a couple of definitions attached to it. Look at what it means within the context of the district, and legislatively look at what bylaws can and can't do, and then get back to a few focusing questions. Because like I said, the key point for today, might there be some freedom camping related problems or issues in the district, and if so, is there an appetite to develop a freedom camping bylaw? Is it likely that a freedom camping specific bylaw would be the appropriate remedy for that, or is there something else that's within our toolkit that might be able to address those? And so I'm going to spend a little bit of time on some of these focusing questions because it'd be useful for us as officers to understand a bit of the context around specifically why Council resolved for work to commence exploring a freedom camping bylaw. What is your intended outcome, and are you within your community linkages experiencing or hearing about problems that you think need to be addressed? So I'll pause at that point and open it for discussion.
I would have thought it was apparent, but in terms of, obviously we've got the issue down on the bay, and so what does that look like? What do we need from a bylaw to give us the ability to regulate and enforce some regulation around the legislation specific to us in certain areas, and obviously that's one of them, but also the potential for, from time to time where a place should suddenly become widely known. If I look at, you'd never know how you suddenly become relevant to a group of people. So at the tennis centre, for instance, quite regularly we have tourists just pull up there and come and knock on the door and use the toilets, because somewhere on a travel site, one of them, I said, "Oh, what made you come here?" And they said, it's been advertised on a travel site that has a good place, quiet place to go around the back and use the toilets at the facilities. Things like that. You go, not really. Anyway. So, and that could become anywhere in Timaru if it become apparent. But I understand there's, in terms of the legislation, it was obviously a lot more empowering to those who want to freedom camp, and that they actually also have the ability to plead hardship, which circumvents the actual law itself or the regulation or statute itself and what have you, and there's an ability to basically do that, and so yeah, it's an interesting wee bit of legislation.
Yeah, I'm the same as you, Pete. I think the Caroline Bay thing sort of precipitated the discussion, but following on from listening to VT and the opportunities as far as bringing everybody in and through our district, the ability to better control what that looks like also has positives in terms of opportunities and the ability to better promote. If we have control of it and we see this area here could be ideal, how can we utilise a bylaw to achieve that? And as far as freedom campers are concerned, there's all sorts of data, as you know, that perhaps they don't offer as much value as another form of tourist and the likes, but they're also potentially our higher spending tourists of the future at the same time. So by having a bylaw, to me, better enables us to control our destiny as far as all of that is concerned. Where do we want them? What infrastructure do we need around that? Where do we not want them? How do we get them here in the first place? So that, to me, it's just staying in front of the issue. It's staying ahead of it and us being the masters of our own destinies there.
May I just clarify, when you talk about Caroline Bay, are you referring specifically to, like the papers that you've previously seen were around the ability for people to park, pay overnight, etc., or are you referring to some of those wider issues that were covered, such as displacement effects, impacts on, impact on amenities because people were, defecating in bushes and things like that? Just trying to understand. The purpose of the workshop is to try and scope it out.
Yes. Yeah, it was where that discussion started and the opportunity there that arose following New Year. That's where it started for me. And me and Nigel had been doing lots of thinking about it myself, and thankfully you brought it to the table, really, Nigel.
Look, I mean, I'm interested to understand what the challenges are in and around, the corner of Winchester Highway, some of these remote places around rubbish, to Brennan's point around defecating, whatever else. What's the cost of us running some of these services? What are the issues around being able to move people on? And, ultimately, for me, it's about giving us the tools if we don't have them now. And that was where a lot of that national legislation was born from, the likes of a Central Otago just not being able to control the amount of freedom campers and giving them the tools to better work through that. So I think we need to, one, identify what the challenges we do have. Do we have the tools in place? And thus, what will our freedom camping bylaw support us to be able to do that we can't do now, in very simple terms. Yeah.
It'd be an all-encompassing thing. Can you throw a blanket over South Canterbury in terms, or do you have to be specific to a location or an area, or?
So we'll explore it slightly later on in a bit more detail, but the short answer for now is if we were to have a bylaw prospectively, then it can cover different areas within the district, we couldn't make one, say, for the entirety of South Canterbury, and you also can't ban freedom camping from the entirety of the district, but we could say, for example, here are the 5 or 6 places that we would allow freedom camping under XYZ conditions, or be open freedom camping, and all other areas would be restricted, prohibited, etc. So you can certainly take every aspect of the district and apply put it into a particular box, be it open, restricted, or prohibited in some way. Does that answer that question? Okay, cool.
So, without trying to oversimplify it, have we looked at other bylaws, freedom camping bylaws around the country, and so what do we ascertain from that? Like, which ones work well, which ones don't? I mean, what's your understanding of that?
Yep, we've done a lot of work looking at different council bylaws. That's not something that we're, in terms of a prospective bylaw journey, that's not the stage of the journey that we're at yet to be able to put that all in front of you. So there's a model bylaw, to be clear, that would be the basis, the starting point for anything that we consider. So the actual development of the physical document may not be particularly difficult. We'd have to make sure that it's Timaru district specific, of course. The bigger part of the puzzle, as far as I'm concerned, is number one, the establishment of there being a problem that needs to be solved, and then going through what powers are available to council to address that. Non-regulatory measures, regulatory measures such as bylaws and a few other bits and pieces, and then looking at what are the pros and cons, and we'll touch on a little bit later, the enforcement aspect of this as well, because that comes at a potential resource cost to council. This isn't necessarily something that's going to be net positive in terms of money coming in, for example. To your point around what bylaws necessarily work well, I don't have a tidy answer for you on that today, but my understanding is that for the communities around the country where freedom camping is a hot button issue, I'm thinking Thames Coromandel, Queenstown Lakes, Nelson, for example, they're pretty comfortable with their bylaws, noting that Queenstown Lakes District Council's bylaw was just the other week deemed invalid by the High Court, so that's no longer currently in effect, and that's because of a procedural issue when it was developed. So that speaks to the importance of going through the journey in a measured, careful way and getting it right, if we are to go down that, and I note that as enough. The purpose of this workshop is introductory. It's to try and understand what your concerns are, to try and give you some idea of what freedom camping is and what it means within the district currently, to see if that's starting to marry up to inform potentially any future work. Yeah.
So what's the problem at the moment then? What is the problem? What are we trying to fix here?
We've got some thoughts about what a possible problem might be, and I'll get to that in just a moment, or I can now if councillors are ready for me to move on. But like I say, I wanted to at the outset ask that question without prejudicing any of your thoughts, to try and understand, what are you seeing from your community or on the ground that might be an issue that might need to be addressed in some way by council.
From a compliance perspective, in the back room, does it require a different certification or warrant to execute the powers or things that come under the Act or to affect the bylaw?
My understanding is that it does. There's the current Freedom Camping Act 2011, which we'd need to be warranted against to try and enforce some of the powers of that. And then if there's a bylaw, my understanding is that requires additional paperwork, but I'm very happy if Debbie thinks that that's incorrect or incomplete and wants to correct that, but that's my understanding.
Start with an example of a basic one and then a decision from us as to where we think perhaps we should be implementing these locations, because that's really what's going to come down to, isn't it?
If we progress, the topic of a proposed second workshop would be to look through what is your wider tourism strategy, looking at some of the opportunities that Councillor Shannon mentioned before, and looking at how you might look to fit different parts of the district into those general three categories, be they open to freedom camping, prohibited in some way, or restricted outright. I think Mr. Cooper has a comment that he wants to make. He has approached the table.
I was just desperate to get involved. Thanks, Brendan. I think the bylaws are established to manage a nuisance or a problem. So part of a bylaw making process is identifying the nuisance or problem in evidence, so that when we get challenged in court later on, it's on a solid foundation. So our problem in establishing that problem has traditionally been, most of our problems are generated by homeless people, and this tool is not for managing homeless people. That's a different problem. So that's where it gets a bit tricky for us. Although we have had freedom camping issues, haven't we? Specifically, but we tend to have more trouble with homeless people or people who are falling on hard times, and this tool is not for them. You can't move them on using this if they're living in a van in a car park, for example, or in a reserve.
How do we, obviously with the controversy down in the car park by the penguins and the skating ring and everything, what are we using and what's our powers to use to move those vehicles on after a particular period of time? Yes.
Well, there'll be a parking bylaw. So they'll move to another car park, that's fine. But I think that the forum that the Mayor called together with, or was it the local MP under the last government? I can't remember. There was a housing forum, and it was largely to do with how do we manage that, because you can't write an infringement fine for somebody who's homeless. That's just a waste of time. We're criticised by the courts as well. So it's about how do we connect those people into the right agencies, get them the support they need in the community, and get them onto people who can find emergency housing or whatever the need might be. And I think that's the way to manage that particular problem. Freedom camping itself is not that problem, but that's the problem we mostly have. Yeah.
You know, it doesn't seem as apparent now, but I know 2 or 3 years ago we had buses and old caravans in all the rivers, you know, along with lots of people just setting up there with everything, and dogs and cats and all those sorts of things. And then they had that massive horses, yeah. But think about horses, why the long face? And then we had that massive flood, and it blew that one of the buses took it away down the thing. But I hope we don't seem to have much recently.
Yeah, different agency had to deal with their bus.
Paul, you just nicked the sort of last third of the presentation, but that's fine.
Brendan, can I just go back to the problem we're trying to solve? Is in my mind, this started with the car park down at the bay, and if we put a parking bylaw there and start charging people, are we going to shift that problem elsewhere? And then what tools do we need to manage if that problem just goes elsewhere?
And that is more so it's actually more so the homeless, largely, which is sort of dealt with under Safer Communities and the support group with some of the NGOs and what have you. Yeah.
I think it's actually broader than that. We don't have a chip here for social housing.
No, we don't.
That's part of the picture.
Community housing provider.
Provider here.
But we
no,
might.
I think that's part of the problem.
Yeah, but we might under our social housing or our community housing review.
I thought the majority of the people down in that car park were genuinely tourists. Are they not? And I thought then by charging them $20 a night, they might go, we'll go park our camper van, look at the penguins and go park somewhere else. And I thought we might just shift that problem elsewhere.
I don't think there's hard data on how many of those people down there at the moment would be homeless versus genuine freedom campers. Some of the stats that I'll present in a minute are about some of the reports that we've been receiving. We've broken down those stats as best we can. Happy to move on to that if desired. Yeah. Like I said, the purpose of this slide was just to try and get it.
Sorry, can I just, sorry to jump in. We are seeing more and more the tourist, if I can put it that way, the motorhomes, the freedom campers of all different shapes and sizes. We're seeing more and more coming into the district. The challenge we have is we don't have the data to understand where they are actually coming from, how long they're staying. What we are seeing and hearing anecdotally from our community is the extent of the motorhome car park down by the ice skating rink, primarily there, is that they're parking this far apart. You know, you talk to Gordon Collister and he said, if they park that far apart in my camping ground, I'd be hauled over the coals. I think one of the keys from our perspective as the RTO is actually understanding who these visitors are, where they're coming from, how long they're staying for, so that we can make an informed decision around whether we're going to charge them or not, how it's going to be monitored and implemented and all of those things as well. I think the other part, they were twofold. One was the car park, the other one was, as I, along with a number of you, stood and watched Kaylee Bell last year and looked down and saw 100 plus camper vans sitting in a very pristine part of our community, free of charge for anything up to 2 weeks, I think some of them were there for. So there's two things there. And there is technology out there that enables us in a very cheap way to actually start monitoring and understanding the data as to who is there and how long they're staying for as well.
We can put a survey on the back of the parking tickets.
It's as easy as getting a student down there over the Christmas period and taking the details as they drive through the gate and actually telling them they've got to pay. And a good student job, sitting under an umbrella, keeping an eye on it. And you start getting some data.
I think part of the benefit of having the paid parking at Caroline Bay is that will help generate some of that data. I'm conscious of time, so I'll move on. So just to be clear about what we mean by freedom camping, so legislatively, it's to camp, other than at a camping ground, within 200 metres of an area accessible by motor vehicle, or within 200 metres of the main low water springs line of any sea or harbour, or on or within 200 metres of a formed road or Great Walks track, etc., either using a tent or temporary structure or a motor vehicle. Now, there's some information here about the freedom camping sites within the district. I would suggest, in the interest of time, that we skip over that because it's probably not relevant to, or too relevant to, the wider discussion today around the potential necessity of a problem or bylaw. Is that okay? Okay. So we are fully aware and acknowledge that many people that freedom camp within the district have positive experiences, and they that data obviously isn't available to necessarily council or captured by council. I also note that council several years ago, I don't have an exact date, signed up to a freedom camping accord to be freedom camping friendly. But in saying that, we do have some data captured by council in terms of what issues may or may not be related with freedom campers. I will note we had, this is data captured since August 2022, there were 59 that have been put into a category basically as homelessness or freedom camping. So I went through those, and as far as I can tell of those, 47% related to freedom camping and 12 clearly related to homelessness. So those have been excluded for the purposes of this data. But just as a snapshot of some of the things that officers are experiencing, so people potentially cutting down trees, building bonfires, which under the current bylaws we don't have any provision to address unless it's in a reserve, I believe. People camping on beaches, and again we don't have the ability to address that within the current bylaws unless it's a reserve. And there's no restrictions on how long they may or may not be able to stay, which I'll get to in a moment with the legislative context. We've worked with police. Police, in that third example, they've phoned us to advise of people camping at the Parrua River, which itself creates a jurisdictional issue with ECAN that a bylaw would not necessarily address. So something to bear in mind. And then to the point before about Caroline Bay, people freedom camping near skate parks, probably dropping rubbish, etc. Council doesn't necessarily have the ability to move them on. We could deal with them under the Litter Act for the rubbish side of things, but does that solve the root cause of the problem within that specific example? Based on what I can see, I'd suggest no. So I'm not, and again, this is an introductory workshop, I'm not going into the full 47. I would fully recommend that if Council thinks that there's possibly a problem that a freedom camping bylaw would be necessary to address, that we do some more investigation. There's certainly some stuff that we can do there. But this is to give you a bit of a flavour. I'm going to hand over to Bill. I'm sorry this here is a bit small, but of those sites that you saw before on the map, here's some information about what we're experiencing at some of those sites.
Thank you, Brendan. One of the biggest issues we've got is threatening behaviour, and that is sometimes with dogs, and some people travel with dogs. They're not usually the issue, and again it's sorting out what are the people who are living and calling themselves homeless versus the people that are genuine holiday makers. We have had a good example, probably going back about 5 years ago. Geraldine Borough agreed to having a freedom camping area in Kennedy Park, and we opened up a bit of fence and a little car park for half a dozen vehicles to park. After about 4 or 5 months, there was a lot of defecating down by the riverbank, so fortunately we were able to close that, and I remember having a discussion with the Motor Caravan Association saying, how could you do that? And I said, quite simply, we opened a fenced area, now we've closed it off again, so we were lucky we could do that. But when it comes to currently, unless we've got a bylaw, we can't restrict it anywhere. So we've got very little teeth. The only tool we've got is a trespass notice, and we don't usually use that for freedom campers. It's only really for behavioural problems which are ongoing. So it's usually homeless, not. But again, we're working with the police. There were a lot of issues at Arari with whitebaiters, and that site, we haven't serviced it because it's not one of ours. So there are things that come up, fires, Waitahi bush and a raging nor'wester, some young guys lighting a bonfire. Fortunately, one of the neighbouring farmers saw it and had a word with them about midnight, so that we've still got Waitahi bush. So there's all range of things.
And just noting there, rangitata, so, it could be that over the summer we experience a increase in the freedom camping in that area. That's not to say that that will necessarily be negative, to be clear, but depending on what happens with the motor camp lease, if the motor camp isn't there, but people still want to go there, then their natural option would be to freedom camp in that area. I am really conscious of time, around 10-15 minutes to go, so I'll power on if that's okay. Again, this is just to give you a snapshot of what is currently being experienced, and to Bill's point, we may not have some powers at the moment, but it may be that a bylaw may assist, or it may be that there's some enforcement powers that we have that we're not fully utilising. Just to give you an idea of the legislative context, so the base act here is the Freedom Camping Act 2011, and that affords some enforcement powers to council. And then last year, there was some amending legislation, if that's even the correct term, that basically stated the new default position. So freedom camping on local authority land in general can only be in a certified self-contained vehicle. So, just taking your ute and camping somewhere, sleeping in the back seat, etc., is by default prohibited, and we can, at the moment, infringe on that. We don't have to go to court, we can issue infringements if we have officers warranted. This new national default position is being phased in. It will be fully effective by the middle of next year. Noting that there are exceptions within that legislation for tents, so people can still I couldn't be in the back of my ute, without being self-contained, but I could be next to my ute in a non-self-contained tent, which we did note in our submission was a loophole, but they didn't do anything about that. And also, as pointed out before, if someone is, to council's satisfaction effectively, homeless, it's not a lifestyle choice that they're living there, then they can't be infringed. But it does, at least, to Mr. Cooper's point before, help us potentially put them in touch with appropriate services to assist them. I'll move on if there are no comments. I will just note, by the way, as part of this introductory process, we haven't done an extensive legal review of all the powers available to council, etc. This is just to scratch the surface to try and provide that introductory overview. On to the topic of bylaws then, and as Paul mentioned before, so they're intended to address an actual or potential nuisance. The slides may be a little bit unclear depending on your glasses or lack thereof, but really there's three main grounds under which you can have them, and as Elliot's kindly reminded me to mention, there are three main tests for making a bylaw. So the necessity of it, do we think there's a problem that it's necessary that there's a bylaw to address? Is it the most appropriate or proportionate action? Touching on what I mentioned before about some non-regulatory measures that I'll touch on again in a moment. And then also, its consistency with the Bill of Rights Act. I will also note the freedom camping legislation that I mentioned on the previous slide. It allows, but it doesn't require us to have a freedom camping bylaw. A good number of councils, I don't have an exact number, do have freedom camping bylaws. They have, there are some that don't necessarily, one might think they're not necessarily a heavy tourism area, but maybe to Councillor Shannon's point before, they've seen a problem or a potential problem, nuisance, and have decided that they're interested in getting ahead of the curve, or feel like they want to promote freedom camping in some areas but not others. There are a range of local contexts, and these bylaws, I should stress, are grounded within that local context. That's why it was important at the outset that we do a bit of a round table around the local problem. So just noting then, a freedom camping bylaw could allow, if we were to have one, a bespoke set of district rules on areas which are open to freedom camping or restricted or prohibited, whether or not we allow tents, for example, whether or not camping in tents is banned throughout the district or in certain areas, and also an approach to non-self-contained vehicles, because through a bylaw we can override the national rule and say, no, you are happy for Brendan to be in the back of his ute for whatever reason. Great mental image there. I do not own a ute. I drive a Nissan Tiga. It's very fuel efficient. Moving on. Noting that if we were to have a bylaw, it by itself, it couldn't take a position on homelessness, as we've explored, and it can't ban freedom camping throughout the district. It also, as a third important point, it can't affect private property, for instance. So if I want to let Brendan and his ute be on Brendan's property, or someone else's property, then we can. There are abilities in the legislation for it to apply to LINZ and Wakaka Tahi land. I'm still trying to figure out exactly how it relates to ECAN land, riverbeds, for instance. That's something I am not clear on yet. Some key considerations that might guide the last 5 to 10 minutes of the workshop would be, listed there. So potential effectiveness of non-regulatory measures. So if we think there's a problem, then we should consider steps other than a bylaw to address it in the first instance. So non-regulatory measures such as signage and education, or things such as whether or not we've got some existing powers that we're potentially not using to its full extent. Debbie, Andrew, Paul, they can probably speak to that a little bit better than I can. I will also note that Council's got an additional enforcement officer due to start in the not too distant future. That will probably become a subject matter expert on the on-the-ground situation and the limits of our current legislative powers, as they move into the role. Something else I'll note, what would need to be in place if we were to have a bylaw for it to be effective, and that's the word around enforcement and noting that there's a resource cost that comes to it. I have spoken to some other councils to ask them, as a rough idea, costs spent on enforcement versus revenue generated through infringements, what they're sort of getting. It was either, break even because their model is designed for it to be break even. For example, Queenstown Lakes, they had private contractors, so they would adjust what their private contractors did based on the amount of revenue that they were getting. Mackenzie noted, again, ballpark figures, that they're either break even or maybe making a little bit of money that gets ploughed back into enforcement. So the key point here is that it's certainly not a revenue generating exercise. It's not necessarily going to go to the bottom line. And a bylaw by itself, it's not about profit making.
In terms of Mackenzie, though, they're just all completely crossover. I mean, they all hold multiple warrants. It's not like they've just employed a freedom camping person so that they multi sort of usage and hold maybe 3 warrants. And that's sort of, I would have thought, the model we would use. You could be crossover from building to that or something, yeah.
Debbie, feel free to jump up if you want to, if you've got anything to add to that. Thames Coromandel District Council, I was speaking to them yesterday. They've got 6 enforcement officers year-round that deal with, dog control, freedom camping, noise, etc. So those are 6 people on the payroll for that. So there certainly are different models depending on how extensively you think that this might need to be used. But again, the point is, it's may come as a net cost to council, and if there is an appetite to progress with this work, if you think there's a problem and that a bylaw may be an appropriate and proportionate response, just noting that is a consideration. Any thoughts on any of that?
I just thought we wanted to charge people for camping down at Caroline Bay. It just seems to be really overcomplicated for what we want to achieve, personally. But I understand the considerations, absolutely get it, and I know that you're just doing what you need to do. But it just seems to be, yeah, like I say, overcomplicated for what we wanted to achieve. Eh? Yeah.
Oh, you're talking about two different things. You're talking about the one.
Yeah, the one in the actual bay on the grass area.
The other one, like last year, we just need to change. Somebody needs to look at it.
Yeah, but I think didn't they sneak through because there's a whole lot of traffic going on there for the carnival.
So we've covered that. So we've got under the parking. These Councillor Parker, etc., have got discretion around the opening of that. I think we gave that to them. So this is more the wider. Yeah.
And I agree with Councillor Jackson. It feels like it's got bigger than Ben Hur kind of at bylaw. And I just had a quick search for bylaws, and Christchurch Run for Freedom Camping is over 30 pages, Auckland's over 50 pages. Do we have the resource to do this? Is this the best use of our time and money at this current stage? I'm not sure. I'm not convinced.
What about just leasing the area of land to the local camper guy, and he can manage it for 3 or 4 months and pay us a lease or pay us a percentage? So we're actually leasing it. He's got control of the land, and he lets in people who he wants, and he clicks the dough. He knows what he's doing.
To me, this conversation is actually around the wider. It's actually we're not about Caroline Bay at all. I think we've sort of resolved that. And the camping ground, that's another discussion altogether. Yeah.
Very briefly, so yeah, to your point, Councillor Jackson, I suppose the key question is whether or not there's a wider issue outside Caroline Bay that might need to be addressed, and I think in your view, probably not at the moment. Councillor Parker, your point around the length of those bylaws, most of them, if you read them, they're the maps saying, here are the specific areas, GIS maps, etc. But yeah, they can be quite lengthy. And to your point, Councillor Booth,
no,
I'd have to look at the exact detail, but I suspect we'd probably be making, Caroline Bay a campground in that instance and having to adhere to those regulations, which is something that's separately been addressed in those papers. Happy to revisit that, rediscuss it, but that's my immediate thoughts on that.
Obviously, in the past, you said 47 or 57, but 49 of them are obvious. Now there's a homeless. I mean, there is an issue there, and we bespoke it to our needs. We resource it and bespoke it in terms of its scope to our needs, because it won't be a problem until it is, and we'll have nothing to address it if we can't move forward. I mean, it's, as you said, the actual document is not a big deal. It's deciding on what the scope of that is and where it's going to be, and then come back to us as part of being there, done that. And then come back to us and then say, right, this is it. And yes, we are enjoying. We are. Alan's getting a learning journey between the difference between a camping site. So yeah, I mean, it doesn't need to be a big deal. You know what I mean? So that we've got that tool in our toolkit, because I know it will happen. You won't see.
If you're...
Got to love a bit of compliance, Pete, eh?
Yeah. Can I just add something just really quickly? Sorry, I know it's not my place to, but if you look... I appreciate what the Mayor's saying. It's a broader conversation to have, but specifically in relation to that Caroline Bay Freedom Camping area, there is not an very cost-effective technology out there. You stick it on a pole, it recognises your number plate and it charges accordingly. So in terms of the enforcement of it, but you're collecting the data at the same time, so you can make an informed decision as to what is our best way forward. Is it a $20 overnight charge on these users? We're coming into the busy time of year for that period, for that place. This technology is transferable. You could use it there for the summer. You could take it out to any of those other areas, or have 3 or 4 of them that collect that data and actually enforce and charge for that cost recovery of all that expense of council maintaining that car park, all that rubbish and all of that sort of thing as well.
So we've sort of sorted that part a month ago or so, and the team have got discretion to sort of move that forward, and then this is so for the wider wider discussion. But I agree with Pete. Let's just step through it. And Bill's alluded to there being some challenges. So, what are the tools that we can help give you guys to support that?
So if I'm conscious of time, so this is the last slide really. So going back to that key point, might there be a freedom camping related problem or issue within the district? It sounds like there's a view that there might be, and probably worthy of further investigation, and that a bylaw might be necessary. So in terms of workflow, my understanding is that there'll be a paper that comes to council at the end of the summer period about how it's gone with Caroline Bay. Perhaps in the interim we do a bit more work, looking at what the other councils are doing, researching some different models and things like this for how this may work if we were to proceed with it, and possibly bring a paper at a similar time so that it could be wrapped up as part of that.
So our current freedom camping bylaw, is it not? What we do on the website.
We have a campaign.
Currently got, people could freedom camp within the district currently in line with that national rule.
Timaru?
But,
it's Tasman.
Tasman? Yeah. And there are sites within the district that we encourage freedom camping at, so, yeah. Okay. If there's nothing else, I'm happy to finish. And if there are any questions that come up at 3 o'clock in the morning or something like that that you want to discuss, please fire them through. What's that, sorry? I'll be in my Nissan Tita. Just thank you for your engagement and your attendance. That was a very rushed 40 minutes. So we've scratched the surface of what we hoped to do to start beginning to scratch the surface. So if you've come away with a little bit of confusion or more questions, that's probably natural given the circumstances. So thank you.
Brilliant. Thanks, Brent.